Welcome to Card Stop Sim. TCG Card Shop Sim. Ba 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 ba. Let's see, where were we? Right, I need to get my PNG working. Boom 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 boom. Think that'll work? No. There we go. Yeah, I think I'm good. Yeah.
Let the Galaxy Burn. Narrated by a Border Prince. Hellbreak by Ben Kemter. You will never know, scum, the mechanically translated voice hissed in Commissar von Kleiss's ear, just how lucky you are. An unseen hand thrust him up the last few stairs, out of the darkness and into the searing glare of the arena. He stumbled in the sudden light and slipped, hitting the coarse sand face first, scaring a layer of skin off his cheek. From all around him there rose a cackling cheer. He looked up and a terror shot through him that his training couldn't banish. An area the size of a landing field spread out before him, its sandy floor streaked with crescents of maroon that could only be blood traces of those who had come before him. Around the edge of the arena was a ring of spikes as tall as a man, with a head impaled on each tip. There were heads of men and orcs, the long slender faces of Eldar, the twisted alien features of 100 different species. Beyond them, the amphitheatre rose, huge and dark, forged of black iron, into forms which seemed to have been pulled, fully formed, from a madman's imagination. Wicked spikes and curving galleries formed the mouths of leering faces. Immense claws of iron held up the private boxes of the elite. The whole edifice rose to join the myriad black pinnacles and spires of Camera, which speared upwards, a mockery of beauty, to puncture a sky the colour of a wound gone bad. This was not the worst of it. As Von Klass hauled himself to his feet, feeling his muscles complaining with the sudden release from the steel bonds which had held them for so long, he felt their eyes upon him, and he heard their laughter. The audience of Eldar renegades, many hundreds of thousands strong, sat in great serried ranks, their pale alien faces shining like lanterns against the purples and blacks of their clothing. Silver blades gleamed everywhere, and he could hear them talking to one another in their low voices, perhaps wagering on whether he would live or die, or just mocking a man who didn't know he was dead yet. In the prime position, right at the edge of the arena, sat a great dignitary, with a face that even from this distance Von Klass could tell was as long and cruel as any he had ever seen. His purple robe only half concealed ceremonial armour, with great crescent-shaped shoulder guards. The dignitary was surrounded by a bodyguard who stood stone still and carried spears tipped with bright silver blades, and any number of hangers-on and courtiers lounged nearby. Von Klass had barely time to take all this in when the dignitary raised one slender hand to the crowd, who screamed their approval with a deafening rising screech. Von Klass looked around him to see what had just been signalled, but he was alone in the vast arena. The doorway through which he had been pitched had sunk back into the sand behind him. Something flickered in the corner of his eye. In the time it took him to turn and face it, it had got much closer. As a storm of thoughts and fears rushed through the Commissar's mind, his old, trained instincts took over, and he tensed his aching muscles for the fight. The human had maybe a second and a half to see the witch as she backflipped and cartwheeled her way across the sand towards him. She wore armour only to display her body, which was lithe and supple to an extent which no human could match. Her long red-black hair flowed out in a stormy trail behind her as she moved, along with the glistening metallic net that she held in one hand. In the other, twirling like a rotor blade, was a halberd. as long as she was tall, and tipped with a broad, wickedly curved blade. In his luxuriously fitted box at the front of the audience, the Eldar who had signalled, Archon Kepsilon, leaned across to Yay, who reclined next to him, her long, slim body draped over the seat, showing off her snake-like muscles. The leader of the Cult of Rage, Kepsilon's most valuable ally, Yay looked every bit as formidable as her reputation. Her dark hair braided with lengths of silver chain, and her glassy, emerald eyes, enough to intimidate any lesser Eldar into submission. "I hear this is one of your finest witches," he said offhandedly. "Rather wasted on a single creature?" "Perhaps, my Archon," she replied. "But I hear it is one of their ruling class. It might provide some sport. They can breed them remarkably tough." Out in the arena, the human turned, holding its body low and hands high, preparing for the witch's strike. Through the blur of violent motion, it would just be able to make out her face, twisted with exertion and hate. Her eyes burning with the sacred narcotics which coursed joyfully through her veins. The delicately pointed Eldar ears and large eyes would do nothing to offset the base savagery. "I hope she is as fine as they say," Capsilon continued. "The Cabal of the Broken Spine needs fine warriors. There are others who would take away the authority that I have earned." "You know the Cult of Rage is with you," Yay smiled. "Power and wisdom such as yours is enough to secure our loyalty." Kepsilon smirked indulgently. He had been around long enough to know such words were nothing more than a cipher. On Kamora, he had seen enough Eldar die by treachery, his included, to know that. But Yay's witches were truly vital to him. Urgax and the Cabal of the Blade's Edge were threatening to shatter the delicate savagery of his territory. But those were matters for his court. He tried to concentrate on the entertainment at hand. It had, after all, been put on specifically for him. Such honour was really born of fear, of course, but on Kamora, fear and honour were much the same thing. The witch let out a piercing shriek of pleasure and rage as she whipped the halberd back over her shoulder, leaping high into the air and preparing to bring the blade down on the human in a shining arc. Yay gave a sudden, sharp gasp of excitement, like a child, sitting up with a glint of rapture in her eyes. Kepsilon smiled. An old Eldar like him could still appreciate the simple pleasures. A dead human was a pleasure indeed. The man drove one foot into the arena's sand and thrust himself sideways, away from the shimmering blur of the witch's limbs, just as her blade scythed down in a silver-white blur past his face. Anyone else would have lost their balance and pitched into the blood-soaked sand, but the witch somersaulted elegantly, landing on her feet and turning on her heel to face her quarry. But the human was ready too, and quicker than most men could, it drove the palm of one hand into the witch's face, snapping her head back, splitting her nose open in a vermilion spray. There was a dark, displeased hiss from the galleries. Kepsilon heard low obscenities muttered around him. Yay stood up, her eyes still shining with glee. For a true witch loves combat, whoever wins. But the rest of the audience were not so happy. The witch in the arena rolled onto her front in a heartbeat, ready to rise and face the upstart human. But he stamped a booted foot into the small of her back, pinning her to the ground. "Kill it!" yelled an incensed spectator. "Kill the animal!" 100 other voices joined in, rising to a roar that became a cheer as the witch caught one of the man's legs with her own and tipped him sprawling on his back. She sprang up for the kill, her net forgotten, ready to swipe off his head with her halberd. The audience noted before she did, she was no longer holding the weapon. Her opponent was. Before she had time to respond, he drove the blade towards her. She held up the net in front of her neck and face, knowing its metallic strands would parry the blow and keep her head on her shoulders. But the human was not aiming for her neck, for it did not care for the elegant decapitation that was the most graceful of murders. Instead, the blade went right through her stomach and out between her shoulders. As her lifeblood gouted upwards, she looked unutterably surprised, still coming to realise that her weapon had been stolen. The man drew out the blade and pulled himself to his feet. The witch slumped to the ground amidst a growing crimson stain upon the sand. The yells from the audience became a wordless howl of rage that rang violently around the amphitheatre. Ye was still on her feet, breathing in sharp, shallow gasps, her eyes wide. Kepsilon rose to stand at her side. "Never fear," he whispered to her under the din. "This is as grave an insult to me as it is to you. I shall have the human given to the homunculi. Then I shall deliver the skin to you, once I am sure it can take no more pain." Ye did not answer. Her eyes burned and a snarl grew on her face. With a silent gesture, Kepsilon ordered his black-armoured bodyguards to fetch the man and remove the body of the witch. Seeing the Dark Eldar approaching, the man dropped the witch's halberd, perhaps expecting a quick dispatch as a reward for his victory. The crowd continued to howl its derision as one of the warriors knocked him unconscious with a butt of his spear, and the body was dragged away to a fate that it could never have imagined. It was always the same with aliens, Kepsilon reflected. They are simply too stupid to realise when they would be better off dead. The room was mercilessly lit by a bright glowing ceiling. Two of the alien warriors stood guard at the back wall. The floor was of bare metal, sloping towards a drain in the centre, through which his bodily fluids were supposed to drain away. The walls were hung with skins, complete human pelts, presumably the finest of those taken by the torturer over the years. Tattoos had been favoured, and Von Cleese could recognise the regimental insignia and devotional verses inscribed on the skins. Kachichan, Stratix, Jern, even his own Hydra 4. The words of the ecclesiarchy in intricate script. Primitive battle scars. Even a green-brown orchard with kill tallies gouged into the chest. He looked down at himself. He was not bound. Presumably, they thought fear alone would keep him here. They were probably right. "I won't die," Von Claes said aloud, every word like a hammer blow to his aching head. "I'm a difficult man to kill." The warriors said nothing. The door between them opened with a hiss, and the torturer shuffled in. Von Claes had heard rumours about the torture artists of the renegade Eldar, but it was only now that he started to believe them. The Eldar looked at Von Claes with eyes which had long since sunken out of sight, the sockets just deep, ravaged tunnels. His skin was a dark blue-grey, stretched and striated by age and untold torment, the lips drawn back like a corpse's, the nose crushed and misshapen, the scalp hairless and paper-thin, so white bones showed through. The robes that covered his shuffling frame were fashioned from skins too, and he had picked out the best designs for them. Rare metallic tattoos, elaborate medical scars of an Astartes veteran. From a belt of gnarled hide, perhaps from an Ogren, hung a multitude of implements, scalpels and syringes, strange arcane devices for lifting the skin or teasing out nerve endings like splinters from a finger. There was something else too, an articulated silver gauntlet with a medical blade tipping each digit, so sharp that their edges caught the acidic light and scraped incandescent curves in the air. Behind him was a slave, a young human female, dressed in rags with long, lank, once blonde hair, who scampered along behind the torturer like a fearful pet. She bore few obvious scars, the torturer needing her alive and lucid, since she acted as his interpreter. The torturer hissed some words in his own language, a tongue as dry as snakeskin, in between the exposed teeth. "Varadak, homunculus to Lord Archon Kepsilon, the Broken Spine Cabal," began the translator in hesitant Imperial Gothic. "Wishes his subject to know that he does not rely on mindless devices to perform his art. Some homunculi employ cowardly machines which produce mediocre results in the art. Varadak will only use the ancient talents passed on by the torturers of the Broken Spine. He is proud of this." Von Claes stood, still aching. He was tall as the guards and far taller than the shriveled homunculus. "I'm not going to die here. I'm going to kill every single one of you myself." He kept his voice level, as if he was instructing his own men. "I might not see it, and I might not even be there, but I will kill you." The terrified girl stammered his words back in the Eldar tongue. Through her, Varadak replied, "It is good that you do not give up. The bodies and souls of creatures who do not believe themselves to be on the edge of death have long fascinated me. The first cut will be sweet indeed." Without any discernible motion, a blade as long as an index finger, so sharp it disappeared when turned edge on, appeared in Varadek's hand. The torturer stepped forward, the skins of his robes hissing as they rubbed together. You will know fear, but know also that it is not in vain that you die. The art of pain continues through souls such as yours, their agony distilled and passed on, and one day you shall become part of a much greater work. Von Klaas looked from the knife to Varadek's sightless eye sockets. He saw his mistake. This was how he managed to torture his victims without strapping them down or tying them up. Those desperately empty caverns, the ridges of desiccated skin picked out by the harsh light, seemed to bolt him to the ground and drain his lungs of strength. His superiors had decided that Von Klaas was officer material, but he had never been a greatly distinguished officer, never led charges that shattered armies, never held the line against awesome odds. He had the medals they give commissars as a matter of course, and nothing more. He might have been an effective commander of 20,000 men, but in the Imperium that made him one amongst a million. But he had survived the battle in the arena. He had proved to be something special to his captors, so much so that he had been given to Varadek as punishment. And now he would do something again. He would survive this too. He didn't care if it was unknown. He would still do it. For a second, Varadek's hypnotic aura was broken as Von Klaas made his vow to survive. He closed his eyes, and his body was his own again. He would not get a second chance. With all his strength, he punched low and hard. His hand hit spongy flesh and drove deeper. The homunculus gasped in astonishment. The commissar grabbed Varadek so he would not fall and spun both of them around just as the Eldar guards began to shoot. One shot sprayed Varadek across the back, his skin splitting and bursting like a rotten fruit under the assault of 100 splinters of crystal. The second caught Von Klaas on the shoulder, a glancing blow, but one that drove a dozen splinters deep into the muscle. The translator screamed and scampered across to the far side of the room, wrapping her arms around her head so she couldn't see. Von Klaas drove Varadek's body forward into one of the guards, smashing the Eldar into the back wall, knocking him senseless. The second Eldar hesitated. It was enough. Von Klaas scrabbled at Varadek's belt until he felt the cold steel of his gauntlet. He thrust his hand into it, feeling the woven metal mesh close around his hand. With one motion, he snapped it off the tendons that bound it to the belt and thrust it deep into the second guard's chest. The Eldar let out a muffled cry, then slumped lifelessly to the floor. Von Klaas stood up once more, Varadek's limp body sliding off his shoulders and down the wall. The first Eldar lay motionless against the back wall, where he had been rammed. He might have been dead, but behind the lifeless jade of the alien's helmet's eyes, Von Klaas couldn't be sure. The second was certainly dead though, his blood running down into the drain at the rune's centre. Varadek shifted slightly, and suddenly there was an alien gun pointing at Von Klaas, slender and strange, held in a gnarled blue-grey hand. Without thinking, Von Klaas slashed the torturer's gauntlet downwards as the Eldar turned his head to aim. The blade swept cleanly through his face, slicing the withered skin to ribbons. The homunculus slumped to the floor at last. He had been difficult to kill, but then so am I, thought Commissar Von Klaas. He considered taking one of the guard's rifles, but he would have needed 2 hands to fire it, and he wanted to keep hold of the razor gauntlet. And the splinters that had hit him, though they were sending occasional flashes of pain through his muscles, had still left him alive. Not very efficient, he thought coldly. The torturer's gun might prove more useful. He prized it from Varadek's dead hands. It was oddly light, and very strange to look at, with a barrel so slender, only a needle, surely, could be fired out. He turned to the translator's slave, still cowering in the corner behind one of the hanging skins. "You coming?" he asked. "We can escape from here if we hurry." The translator didn't seem to understand him, as if she wasn't used to having Imperial spoken directly to her and wasn't sure how to respond. She shook her head and redoubled her efforts to hide from him. Von Klaas decided to leave her. The door through which Varadek had entered opened with a simple touch of his hand on a panel set into the wall. Beyond it, the corridors were made of the same polished metal, but bent and buckled into strange shapes, as if the whole place had been picked up and twisted by a giant. Von Klaas jogged down the corridor, mind buzzing, trying to work out if the place had a pattern to it. One part of his brain keeping watch for signs of more guards. He came to a row of cells, 4 of them. the doors again opening easily with a press of his insect panels. Behind the first was a human, an Imperial Guard, still dressed in his grime grey uniform, his head shaved and his face aged beyond years. The man blinked in the sudden light, for the cells were pitch black inside, and looked up at what must have been Von Klass's silhouette. "You're one of us," he said, surprised at his stupidity. "Come on, we're getting out," Von Klass replied. The guardsman smiled sadly, then shook his head. "They'll be here any moment. We won't stand a chance." "That's an order, soldier. I'm a commissar and I've got scores to settle. If I say we're leaving, then we're out of here already. Now move." The guardsman shrugged and shuffled unsteadily out of the cell. Prisoners weren't manacled. Varadek must have thought he was above that. Von Klass hurried to open the other 3 cells. "Sir, trouble!" yelled the guardsman. A sketchy reflection of the approaching Eldar warriors shimmered on the metal wall, and splinters began shattering against the walls. As 3 other guardsmen emerged, stumbling and confused, Von Klass levelled Varadek's pistol to defend them. He fired at the first hint of purple and silver that came round the corner. Tiny darts leaving a glinting trail as they raced to their target. There was a strangled cry, and the first renegade Eldar pitched forward, clutching at the shattered mask of his helmet. As his cries became garbled howls, the warrior convulsed, his body splitting and twisting as it was ripped apart. Hot blood and shards of bone spattered and ricocheted across the walls. The guardsmen, 2 in sand-coloured uniforms, Talan, maybe, the last in the remains of a dark red uniform that could have been Adeptus Mechanicus, ducked back into the cells for cover. Von Klass might not have understood the Eldar tongue, but he knew fear when he heard it, and that was what he heard now, as the remaining Eldar guards howled in fright or pain and fell back. "Move," Von Klass said quickly. "They're scared of us now." The first man he had released darted forwards and grabbed 2 rifles from where the guards had dropped them, throwing one to one of the Talan. After a moment to scrutinise the controls, they started pumping fire back down the corridor before hurrying after the others. Von Klass and his men, they were surely his men now, his unit, hurried away from the cells, Von Klass leading. The 2 armed men jogging backwards with their rifles ready to offer covering fire. All the while, Von Klass could hear voices, the guards calling for help, trying to organise a pursuit, or perhaps just cursing the guardsmen in their vile alien tongue. The labyrinth of prison corridors rolled out in front of them, in ever more tormented designs. As they stumbled along, Von Klass was beginning to believe that surviving might be impossible after all, even for a commissar. But no more guards came. It was not the guards that were supposed to stop prisoners escaping. It was the torment and brutality that were meant to break their will. Von Klass and his men passed the threshold of scarred iron and emerged, breathless, bloody and exhausted, hearts racing, into the open air, the bowels of Varadek's torture machine behind them. But Von Klass knew, with an officer's instinct, that they were not safe, because they had only freed themselves in order to enter the Dark Eldar world city of Komorra. Varadek looked older, thought Kepsilon. Older even than the shattered wizened specimen that first came into the Archon's employ. But of course, it could just be the vile old creature's shredded face. It had been a long time since Kepsilon had seen Varadek. Not since the homunculus had first retreated into his underground complex to pursue the art of torture at his command, in fact. Varadek shuffled pathetically across the floor of Kepsilon's throne room, across the milky marble shot full of amethyst veins. He looked small and feeble under the gaze of the 300 or so Eldar warriors who stood around the room's edge, weapons held ready, constantly at attention. "Fallen One's teeth, what happened to him?" slurred Exuma, Kepsilon's Draken, who was lounging in a seat held aloft by anti-grav motors, so he didn't have to walk anywhere. A quietly gurgling medical array pumped a steady stream of narcotics into Exuma's blood. "He failed," Kepsilon replied with feeling. When he rose from his dark iron throne, the wide window behind him cast the shadow of his shoulder guards across Varadek in 2 great crescents. The torturer seemed to shrink, and though his eyes were hidden, Kepsilon could detect fear in the dark sockets. "Varadek, you will recall that when you first entered my service, I had my servants take a little of your blood. Kepsilon's deep voice echoed faintly off the high vaulted ceilings and purple draped.
I'm gonna get my fan real quick. Alright. Alright, where was I? Right.
Marble walls. Yes, Archon, Veredek replied, his speech impeded by his newly forked tongue. I still have what I took. The reason I keep it, and that of all my followers, is to make real the notion that I own you. You are mine. You are part of my territory, just like the streets and palaces, just like my temple. The price of belonging to the broken spine is total subservience to me. Yet you failed to carry out my commands. Veredek tried to speak, but he too had been alive longer than most on Camorra, and he knew that words would not save him here. I ordered you to bring the human here, skinless and broken, so I could watch him die. This you failed to do. The reasons are irrelevant. You failed. By definition, being a possession of mine, you must be discarded. Kepsilon shot a glance at the front row of warriors, and 4 of them strode forwards, grabbing Veredek and holding him fast. The homunculus didn't struggle as Ye slipped her live body from the shadows into the centre of the room. Her eyes and smile flashed as she drew twin Hydra knives. They turned to lightning bolts in her hands as she danced and killed. As Ye twirled and slashed 1,000 cuts into Veredek's body, Kepsilon turned to his Draken. What is the situation with the Blade's Edge? Exuma looked back with glazed eyes. Little has changed, my Archon. Urgax has the Mandrakes, and the Incubi favour him as well. Some remain loyal to us, but what Urgax lacks in territory makes up for with the most admirable diplomacy. The Drakon paused to gasp with pleasure as another bolt of drugs shot through his veins. Kepsilon shook his head. It is not good. Urgax may crush us as I would wish to crush him. The Blade's Edge covets our corner of Camorra, and if incompetence like this persists, he will get it. Yay! The witch span to a halt and let her lacerated handiwork collapse to the floor. Archon, the human we wish to see dead is more resourceful than we thought. It is now loose on Camorra. Find it. Ye smiled with genuine relish. It is a great honour to perform a task that would give me such pleasure in the name of one so great. No time for blandishments, Ye. Urgax is bleeding us dry, and I do not need this creature running loose to complicate matters. I fully expect you to succeed. Yes, Lord. And be wary, this one has a colder heart than most. You may go. Ye flitted away, as only a witch could, to fulfill his commands. Kepsilon turned to the great window behind him. It was a view of Camorra, a riot of dark madness and broken spires. Bridges that crossed to nothing, mutilated cathedrals to insanity and evil. A planet-wide city, at once unfinished and ancient, swarming beneath a glorious swirling thunderstorm sky. And in the centre, obscene, bleached and pale, was Kepsilon's temple. A temple to him. Because living so long and rising to such power on Camorra was such an impossible task, it might as well be that of a god. 1,000 pillars made of thigh bones held up a roof, tiled with skulls. Whole skeletons acted out scenes of violation and murder on friezes and pendiments. Every Eldar, human, orc, every enemy I have ever killed stands there exhumed. Everyone. My temple is a testament to the fact that I will not give up, not ever. I have carved a path for myself through the very bodies of my foes. Exuma allowed himself to drift back into lucidity long enough to reply. Archon, none can say that you have failed in anything you have attempted. That is the past. I have risen to power and I will not relinquish it to a boy like Urgax. I'm not ashamed of fear, Exuma, even though young upstarts like Urgax and yourself are. And I feel fear now. And I will use that fear. And my temple will grow. Outside, the cancerous rain of Camorra began to fall. In the city, you need those who want your money or your honor. On the plains, in the desert, you need brothers. Rahim Zadra of Talan was a wiry, intense man, not long a soldier, but already well versed in the hot fear and desperation of war. Though there are only 2 of us left, we are brothers still. Ibn, the second Talan, looked up from the ornate Eldar splinter rifle he was examining. You would not understand. On Hydra 4, 1,000,000 men live within sight of one another. No more than 2 brothers. Von Klaas winced as Skleros, the lexomechanic, pulled another shard from the commissar's raw shoulder. It felt like the razor-sharp crystals were doing as much damage coming out as they did going in. Brothers or not, we still have a chain of command. I am a commissar, and you are now my men. Why? Ibn asked with a sneer. What good can orders and rank do here? He waved an arm to indicate their surroundings, a shattered shell of a building, the carcass of some vast cathedral of soaring flutes and arches, now gutted and decrepit. It was deserted, which was why they had stopped here, but they all knew that there were malevolent eyes everywhere on Camorra, and they could soon be found wherever they hid. We can get out of here. There's a spaceport nearby, close to the temple. Temple? This place has no gods, Raham Zadra said. Even the Emperor's light is faint upon us here. It is consecrated to the foul leader of this part of the planet. The scum raised a temple to himself. The spaceport's nearby, but it's garrisoned. We'd have to occupy the temple, draw in the garrison troops, and make a break for the spaceport. Death would claim us all before we reached it, said Ibn. Not all of us. Not if there were enough. Would you rather let them recapture us? They wouldn't let you run away twice. If we try to escape, we'll either make it or die trying. Whatever happens then, it's better than skulking here until one of them finds us. Raham Zadra thought for a second. What you say is true. I think you are a good man, but we need others. We'll need the whole damn army, Ibn said. Von Klaas turned around. Skleros? The commissar had been right. The tattered, dark, rust-red uniform was that of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Skleros was a lexomechanic. His brain adapted to allow him to absorb a huge amount of information, produce calculations and battlefield reports. His augmentation was belied by the intricate web of silver tracery surrounding his artificial right arm. You said there is a chain of command. As commanding officer, the decision is yours. Fine. And you? The 4th guardsman had said little. His head was shaven, and he wore the grey uniform that could be from one of 1,000 regiments. Sure, whatever, as long as I get a shot at some of those freaks. Von Klaas studied the Imperial Guardsman, his hollow eyes, his scowl, the nose that had been broken 2 or 3 times. What's your name, soldier? Kid. Necromundon 7. Ibn let out a short barking laugh. Lucky Sevens. The sands do not lie so much. You are Penal Legion, my friend. The tattoo at the top of your arm. They can read it. You have the scar on your wrist where the machine makes you blood mad. Kep shrugged and held up his hand. Von Klass could see the scar where the Friends-on dispenser had once been implanted. Guilty. I'm from the 1st Penal Legion. The 1st, Raham Zarja said with a hint of awe in his voice. The big one. What's your crime? Asked Von Klass, his words straining as Skloris removed the last of the Eldar shrapnel. Heresy, 3rd class. Standard practice. If Eldar pirates show up, you feed them the Penal Legion. They get their slaves, the Imperium ditches a few more scum. Everyone's happy. The bruise-coloured clouds above had coagulated. Large, filthy grey raindrops started to fall. Grey, with pollutants. Kep and the Talon ran, hunched, and into a corner of the old cathedral, where some of the roof remained, and there was cover. Von Klass looked around at Skloris, the remaining soldier. The Lexomechanic, as he expected, had no expression. You had the surgery? The thick rain sent strange clouds across the circuitry on Skloris' face. Emotional repression protocol, sir. It allows me to deal with information of an ideologically sensitive nature. Thought so. Skloris, you realise that we're never going to get off this planet, don't you? I was unable to understand how we could escape through a spaceport. We would not be able to use a spacecraft, even if we were able to understand Eldar technology. We would be shot down. We cannot escape this place. I trust you not to tell the men. This mission's objective does not allow for our survival. Skloris held out a hand and let a little of the rain collect in his palm. It swam with grey trails of impurity. We should get out of the rain. This could infect us. The two headed for the shelter, while all around them, the soul of Kumora seethed for their blood. Sybarite Lavek gazed down from the gantry at the immense metallic beast, powered by the exertions of the many hundreds of deliciously emaciated human slaves that were chained to its pneumatic limbs. Great clouds of acrid smoke and steam from the huge cauldron of molten metal obscured their faces, and Lavek felt as if he were striding in the clouds, a god looking down upon the wretches who both feared him and needed him to survive. The Eldar guard watched as another of them fell, limbs flopping loose as the clanking, screeching steel mill machinery carried on without it, head snapping back and forth as the machinery threw it about blindly. Soon, Lavak's Eldar would go into the factory floor and take away the battered corpse and replace it with another faceless barbarian. Sybarat Lavak, a hasty voice came through his communicator. A problem has presented itself. Elaborate, Zeron. It's Kaitalius. She didn't call in on her patrol as we went to find her. Her throat has been slit ear to ear. Very pretty, very clean. Lavak cursed his fortune. Fugitives, bring every armed Eldar to me, on the gantry above the main hall. We will sweep this entire factory and disembowel them on top of the machinery, so all these brute animals will see the cost of denial. It may not be that simple, Sybarite. Lady Ye has sent word of dangerous escaped arena slaves. Then we will take much reward for bringing them in. Send everyone here, is that understood? There was no answer. A dim static crackled where the warrior's voice should have been. I said, is that understood? Zeron? Nothing. Levok looked around him at the web of gantry spanning the great space of the main factory hall. Through the billowing sheets of steam, he could see nothing. He felt suddenly alone. When Lavek caught sight of the human figure running towards his position along the gantry, he was sure he could take him. It was a tall and strong man, to be sure, with hair cut close and a muscled torso riven with many old scars. It had found a scissor hand and a stinger pistol from somewhere too, but it would not be skilled with them. Lavak whipped out his own splinter pistol and took pleasure in the aiming, fancying he could take the animal in the lower abdomen and watch it squeal in bestial pain upon taking its head. Before he could pull the trigger, however, the human leapt into the air, swiping the glittering blades of the scissor hand through one of the chains that suspended the gantry from the high ceiling. It landed, again, almost falling onto its face. Lavik smiled, knowing that he could not miss such a fallen target. The room soared upwards around him as the gantry fell vertically, the chain holding its slice through. The last thing Lavik saw were the pale, frightened, upturned faces of the slaves swirling towards him through the smoke, and the violent red heat of the cauldron before the liquid fire enveloped him. Von Klaas arrived at Kep's side. The guardsman was just watching as the molten metal finally covered the top of the Eldar's head. Your heresy might be third class, the commissar said, but you're a first-rate murderer. It's what's kept me alive. Kep looked over the gantry rail and the factory floor below. Hundreds of frightened eyes gazed back. So what now? Von Klaas got to his feet. We start our little war. Get Rahim Zadra and Ibn and start unchaining those slaves. And send Sclaris up here. We'll need his logistics. We got an army now. The most intolerable thing of all, thought Kepson, was that he could see it from his own throne room. The beautiful cold temple of bone, the icon of perfection, which would place the seal of immortality on his long and brutal life, now stained by the presence of 2,000 barbaric aliens. How long have they occupied it? He asked, his voice quiet and low, as it always was when Kepson was at his most wrathful, and thus his most dangerous. Exuma's eyes uncovered slightly. Since the turning of the second sun, he replied. They attacked the temple and slaughtered the garrison. Some of them will be armed by now. They had quite an armory there. It's your human, all right. It must have recruited the slaves when it took over Lavik's factory a few hours ago. Remember Lavik? Right, boy. Kepson waved a hand brusquely, and the great window dimmed into shadow. He turned, his dark purple robes sweeping out behind him, and strode into the centre of the throne room. The eyes of his elite warriors followed his every move. He raised his arms as he spoke, his voice deep and resonant with hate. To your strikecraft, my children, he howled. This is an insult to you as it is to me. There will be no animals defiling my temple. There will be no barbarian aliens defying our natural domain. Take up arms, and we shall revel in the blood of slaves. The warriors held up their weapons and screamed. Their keening war cry drifted through the palace and out into Camorra, echoing across the nightmarish spires through the evil air. From within, the temple was a vast, hollowed carcass, bleached white, monstrous vertebrae spanning the ceiling, an altar of skulls the size of a command bunker, towering above them all. The slaves crouched behind the barricades they had made from the shattered architectural debris of Camorra, fragments of broken arches, bouquets of iron spikes. Those that were armed had their rifles and pistols pointed at the horizon. Those that were not found themselves jagged shards of metal or heavy bars to fight with at close quarters. Rahim Zadra and Kep were in the front line. The slaves formed up around them. It occurred to Von Klaas that the wasted, broken slaves were the first command the guardsmen had ever had. Near the altar, Ibn was organising those slaves who seemed the strongest, the ones who had been given the few heavy weapons they had found. How many do we have? Commissar Von Klaas asked Sclaris. 1,800 of 2,000 we attacked with. Armed? 700. Sclaris seemed unmoved by the information. Von Klaas looked between the pillars at the churning sky. He saw something. Vague, flitting black spots like flies. He had seen them before, untold millions of miles away, on an insignificant moon
What is
of
going
hydroform.
on?
They were devastating Eldar attack craft. Raiders. No alien must live. Bring me the head of the man scum who dared defy my will. Kepson gave his order in a stern, quiet voice, knowing it would be transmitted into the very consciousness of every Eldar under his control. His ornate strikecraft touched down, and all around him flowed a tide of his followers, a wave that crashed against the makeshift barricades and swept over them. The first were absorbed by the slaves, those that were armed keeping low against their barricades and pouring splinter fire into their foes. Warriors fell broken to the floor, 100 at a stroke, but they could be replaced. From within the depths of the front line, a horde of slaves armed with little save fear and anger poured out. They were led by a shaven-headed maniac with a splinter pistol in each hand. The fury in his eyes infecting the slaves formed up around him, who attacked with crude blades and clubs. Ye's witches went to meet them, dancing gleefully between the barbarians, lashing out with their silver blades, slicing through the pale, skinny bodies of the slaves. But the slaves still would not fall back. Still, they charged forward, even as their leader died under Ye's twin blades. Countless slaves died, slashed to pieces or riddled with
For
splinter
some
rounds.
reason, it keeps
Heavy fire from stolen
trying to
dart
get
lances and
me,
splinter cannons sived
my
through the
phone is
Eldar
open.
warriors. But then Ye broke through, and again the slaves' blood
See if
swirled
this will
ankle
fix
deep
it.
on the temple floor. Kepsilon ordered his craft forward through the carnage. Before him lay only one target, the human filth who had started it all. He of the colder heart, standing defiant by the great skull altar, still bearing the weapons he had stolen from Varadek. Alerting Varadek's miserable translator slave with a cuff to the head, Kepsilon landed within earshot of the human, where they could talk above the cries of the dead. The Eldar bodyguard stood aside. Kepsilon
Alright.
spoke.
Let's see
"You
what
are
he
here
does.
to defy my will," he asked via the translator. "I am Commissar von Klass of Hydrafor," replied the alien, almost as if he wasn't afraid. "You may remember when you took my command prisoner. You picked out a handful of us to kill at your leisure. 10%? Kepsilon thought for a second. He was old. He had killed so many. Then he remembered. "Of course," he said with a smile of pride. "You're the 1 in 10. The human, von Klass, smiled coldly. "No, the 1 in a million. Kepsilon noticed the young one too late. The one in a dirty dark red uniform with the web of metal across the side of his face, skulking at the foot of the altar. It pressed down a plunger on the control it was holding. A dozen explosive charges stolen from the factory went off at once. They blasted the base out from the pillars, sending great shards of bone shearing down from the ceiling. They crushed Eldar and slave alike, and punched through the hulls of the Eldar raiders. Only Kepsilon's craft managed to dodge out between the pillars. Half the warriors were buried as a cloud of dust rose to obscure the imploding mass of bone which had once represented Kepsilon's endless career of murder and savage glory. Broken skulls rained down from a sky the colour of dead flesh. Kepsilon felt that emotion he had not felt for a very long time, the feeling that he had lost control. "Death to men," he hissed to anyone who could hear. "I want no slaves sullying my city. Kill them all, everyone. This disgusting species shall never again face me and live." When von Klass awoke, he was manacled to the cold metal floor of a cell. The skin on his back was raw from the lash. He was unable to focus properly. The taste of blood was in his mouth. In the minimal light, he could see that his legs had been broken and were lying out in front of him like useless twigs. He was probably dying, but had he won? He drifted into unconsciousness again. Days or weeks later, he could no longer tell. The cell door was opened, and another 2 prisoners were thrown in. One was human, a girl with strangly hair that had once been blonde, who crawled like a beaten dog. The other was an Eldar, thin and feeble without his armour and his legions of elite guards. His eyes dull, his wrinkling skin bruised. He stared at von Klass and started with recognition. Then he spoke. The translator took up his dark, sibilant language in Imperial Gothic automatically, working from an instinct that had been bored into his soul. "I knew you had a cold heart, human," Kepsilon said, with something approaching admiration. Von Klass laughed darkly, even though it hurt his raw throat. "What was it in the end? What finished you?" Kepsilon shook his head gravely. "Urgax. We had no slaves. We had no factories, no expendable troops. We were crippled. He had the mandrakes, the incubi. He carved the broken spine apart, as if he had been born to do it. The Archon sloped to the cell floor, and Von Klass saw the old Eldar's fires of ambition were out. "The raiders turned up as blips on our scanners," said the human, who called himself a commissar. 72 hours later, the only survivor of 17 whole platoons was me. But I had my orders. I was to eliminate any threats, and a commissar either fulfills his orders or dies. I fulfilled mine. He looked Kepsilon deep in his unknowably alien eyes. "We humans aren't as stupid as you Eldar believe. Remember my words when Urgax comes to execute us both. I know I'll get a blade through the neck, like any other animal, but I imagine that it will take far, far longer for you to die."
With Asana, AI teammates can help level up your goals by connecting them to relevant projects, so every team knows their role in the bigger picture. Asana, the #1 AI work management platform. Try for free today at asana.com.
Let the Galaxy Burn. Narrated by a Border Prince. Orc Hunter by Dan Abnett. Kaiser, who they call Sergeant, but who wears no rank pins I can see, calls a halt. He gets up on the limbed trunk of a massive fallen cypress and stands sniffing the air. We wait, thigh deep in the stinking soup below. The wet air seems to fill my lungs with steam, and I want to cough. But the skinner nearest me, a lean brute with charcoal blackened eye sockets and piercings down his ears, fixes me with a savage glare, as if he can tell what I'm thinking. Kaiser waves 3 scouts ahead, and that leaves 30 of us, 22 skinners, and 8 Joel Pool indentured. I'm halfway down the file, the swamp water bubbling and oozing around my legs, dust flies swirling around me. The silent halt seems to last an eternity. There are spiders in my hair. I can feel them. Captain Lorrit,
Smell good.
looking as out of place as the rest of us, Joe Pool, in his white-flecked, jade-green fatigues and
all
white
the
peak cap,
dice.
wades forward. "What are we?" he begins. The skinner, they call Pig, standing to the captain's left, surges forward and takes my commander in a chokehold, clamping one greasy paw across his mouth.
Good on white.
The captain
and
struggles, wild-eyed, and Pig tightens his grip. The reason for Pig's nickname is self-evident. Slabby and fat, with vastly developed muscle groups stretching his tattered tunic. He has a face ruined by scars and a ragged snout of flesh where his nose was bitten off. Pig's muscles tighten further, and the captain begins to turn blue. We Jopal look on in silent disbelief. Kaiser drops his hand, and the skinners unfreeze and move again. Pig releases the captain and throws him, gagging, face down, into the water. Kaiser had jumped down off the cypress by then, and drags the captain up with one hand. "He assaulted me. That man assaulted me. Put him on charges." The captain spits out weed and slime, indignant. Kaiser doesn't put Pig on a charge. He punches the captain in the throat and silences him. The skinners laugh, an ugly sound. Pig snorts, a far, far uglier sound. "I thought we covered this in basic back at Cerberus. When I signal silence out here in the green, I mean silence." Kaiser's voice is as sharp and taut as a wire. He says this to the captain, who's too busy grovelling and vomiting in the liquid mud to listen attentively. He turns to the rest of us. "We've got scent of the skins, close by, but no more than a kilometer. Arm, load, and follow. No noise, especially you, skin bait." That's what we are to them. Not Imperial Guard, not fellow troopers, not noble soldiers from the Jopal indentured squadrons. No matter that most of us are from good up-hive stock, no matter our comrades are even now defending the walls of Tartarus Hive against the invasion, we are skin bait, nothing. For these skinners set the value of scum. There are Juve gangs from Tartarus Underhive I'd have more respect for. It is my considerable misfortune, mine and the other members of my squad, to have been sent to Cerberus base to undergo jungle warfare training with the Orc Hunters, just as the war for beloved Armageddon began. There is no hope of rejoining our company or hive. We are stuck for the duration, seconded to one of the most notorious units of skull takers, the so-called Kaiser's Skinners. Once in a while, from very far away, we hear the thump of artillery or the scream of ramjets. Open war is waged in the lands beyond the jungle, far away. It may as well have been on another world. Word is, Yarick himself had returned. Oh, to be a part of that. Oh, to not be a part of this. I believe the Skulltakers have been fighting the feral greenskins for so long, they have begun to mirror what they fight. The least of them are painted and pierced, the worst have implanted tusks jutting from their jawlines. All have orc finger bones, teeth, and ears dangling from them as grisly trophies. They have no official chain of command. They respect no rank or authority other than their own. I've been told they elect their own leaders. Think of that. We edge forward now, slopping through pools of mire, thick, sticky, fluid like mucus. Dragonflies with stained glass wings as wide as a man's arm span cross the glades, beating the air louder than the blade fans of the air cars in Tartarus' elite district. Skaters as big as my hand skitter across the shiny water. Pig tells us we're wading through sap drooled out of the fleshy cycads and root ferns all around. He snorts again. It's hard to catch my breath. The air is so humid. The Skinners, though, they move so silently. They disturb nothing. They make no ripples, leave no trace. Their damn boots never get stuck in the mud pools. Their sleeves never catch on the thorns. Fronds never whip back as they pass. Bark doesn't snap as they climb over it. Even cobwebs remain miraculously intact, as if the Skinners were never there. For coarse brutes, they move with unimaginable care and enviable skill. Each odd will blunder like fools amongst them. I spent 4 weeks last summer on a covert training course at Hades Hive Guard Command. I did well. I thought I was good. How in the name of the Emperor, who watches us all, do you not make a ripple when you wade through water? We stop once more, and I lean against the bowl of a giant gingo. Something has laid a clutch of wet, yellow eggs in the fabric of my jacket cuff. The size of rice grains, they glisten. I shudder and make to wipe them off. A dirty hand grabs mine and stops me. It is the Skinner with the blackened eye sockets. Don't touch them. Rot wasp eggs. Be thankful they chose your fancy jacket to lay in and not your ear, or your genitals, or your tear ducts. He scrapes the eggs off me with the blade of a rusty shear knife. I look at him, bewildered. You want to wake up with lava munching out of your nose, eating out your brain? I shake my head. Who would? He chuckles. What's your name? I ask. Deadhead. No, your real name. Rickles. He replies, as if he has to think about it. Then he turns away. Don't you want to know my name? I call after him. He turns back with a shrug. No point remembering the name of a skin bait who'll be dead by tonight. I'll never use your name anymore. Anger puffs up inside me, dry and fire hot despite my sweat. I'm Corporal Onday Scalber of the Gopool Indentured, you scum sucker. Remember it. Emperor help you that you ever do have to use it. He grins, as if my forthright attitude has impressed him. But he punches me in the mouth anyway. We press on, the ever-quiet Skinners, silently punishing every clumsy stumble of us Jopal. We reach a glade where the vast upper canopy is broken and sunlight streams down, bright as lasers. There are flowers here, floating on the frothy, weed-choked water. Huge flowers with shocking pink heads. Vast insects too, slow and drowsy, buzzing in the air like chainswords, and dripping nectar from each hideously limp proboscis. A pallid white serpent with vestigial limbs slides through the murk towards my legs. My friend, Trooper Rocker, starts to whimper. He has just discovered that something unseen and submerged has gnawed off the cap of his boots, along with two of his smaller toes. I was in a scullum with Rocker. I pity him, his injury, his weakness. The scouts come back, 2 of them. We never see the 3rd again. They confer with Kaiser for a while. Then he tells us, low and mean, there's a nest nearby, and we must fan out. Rocker is whimpering even more now, and begins to climb up into a tree. The captain tries to call him down. Rocker shakes his head, refusing, terrified. Kaiser gets him out of the tree. He throws a stab knife and impales my old friend through the stone. Rocker drops and hits the ooze with a wet slap. His body sinks. He was no use to us anyway. A liability. Worse than a liability, Kaiser tells the captain. The captain is speechless with rage and horror. We all are. I don't know what to think or feel anymore. I'm sent on the right-hand side of the fan advance with Deadhead and Pig and another skinner called Toaster who hefts a heavy flamer unit. Trooper Flinder of the Jopal is with us. Pig stops us under the shade of a horsetail and smears foul-smelling grease over our skin from a dirty pot. Now we sound as bad as the Skinners, and I notice for the first time they are caked in the stuff. It isn't just dirt, it's deliberate. It's skin tallow, Toaster sneers as he explains while checking the hoses of his sooty flamer. Now you won't smell a soap, you humans. Pig has just dubbed us with orcas, blubber fat, from their pestilent bodies. My stomach turns over. We edge onwards. Flinder and I try to be as silent as the Skinners. Our efforts seem laughable. Then Deadhead stops me again and points down at a gossamer skein. My shin was about to break. He traces it back to a clump of flowering moss and gently exhumes a clutch of stick bombs wired to the cord. Kaiser appears. Good work, Deadhead. Good eye. Wasn't me who found it, sir. It was Ondi there. I look round, delighted to hear my name used. His shin, anyway, Deadhead adds, and he and the Skinner boss laugh out loud. Curse their filthy hides. We crouch in the sap water for half an hour, not daring to breathe. Bird calls and insect chirrups wing through the air. Some of them are natural, some of them are disguised signals. I can't tell them apart. Deadhead waves us on. As we cross a deep culvert of mud and slime, I see movement in the far tree line. I've always had a good eye. It's the one skill I'm still proud of. I make something pustular and green amid the green. So I don't hesitate. I raise my las rifle and fire a stuttered burst. Something big and green and tusked and monstrous slumps out of the foliage, its chest cavity exploded, and drops into the mire. Then hell breaks loose. There are skins all around us, throwing themselves up out of the ooze, spitting out the hollow reeds they were breathing through. They are lean, malnourished, pale things with jutting teeth like anthracite and deep-set eyes like diamonds. They howl and whoop. They stink. They wield heavy cleavers, cudgels, and crude sidearms. We're all firing. Gunfire explodes from the other elements of our formation. The wet air becomes cinder-dry like ozone from the laser discharge. Las rounds pepper through the leaf cover and fill the air with sap vapour. Toaster triggers his flamer and wastes the curtain of foliage before us. Swine shrieks issue from the raging fire, piercingly harsh. I fire on full auto now, dropping the skins around me. A rusty cleaver takes Flinder's head off his shoulders in a welter of blood and frayed tissue. I see Captain Lorret lifted right up out of the water on a primitive spear that transfixes his guts. He screams piteously, flailing his limbs. I had fixed my bayonet hours before, as per the Skinner's briefing. Now, with Lazran's expended and no time to change the clip, I stab and cut and slash. Deadhead is nearby. He is wresting an orc lance from some dead grip and is splitting skulls and whooping like a skin. Toaster fires again, his belch of flamer vaporising a tide of charring skins so that nothing but their fused skeletons slump in the steaming water, dripping molten fat. I impale a charging skin on my rifle blade. It howls and pulls towards me, dragging the weapon out of my grip. There is a plate metal hatchet in his massive paw, already wet with human brain tissue. I pull my auto pistol and blow its face apart. "Throw!" yells Deadhead, tossing me a clutch of stick bombs. We hurl them together into the densest part of the skin's press. In the flash wash, slivers of shrapnel flutter back, stifling the water with a million separate impacts. The orcs turn and melt away, as if they were never there. We regroup. 5 Skinners are dead. I am one of only 3 Jopul left alive. I slump, hollowed by shock, against a lichen-covered rock, with the others of my hive, as the Skinners lock down the perimeter and take the spoils. "What do you want?" Pig asks, and I turn. He is sawing the head off an orc corpse with a serrated knife. "What?" "An ear, a tooth. You've earned it." My gut tosses in revulsion. Skin ichor is leaking from the sword incision he is working and forms a stinking slick on the water surface. "Don't make a mistake now, Onday Scalber." It is Deadhead. His voice is low. "Mistake?" "Pig's offering you a trophy. Can't remember the last time Pig did that for skin bait. It's an honour. Don't refuse it." "A tooth, then," says I, turning back to see the butchery. "Yeah," agrees Deadhead. He had a good eye back there. Saw them first. Pig nods, snorts, and digs his blade in. "A good eye, then that's what he'll get. A good eye for a good eye." Pig and Deadhead laugh. Pig hands me the trophy. It dangles like a pendant on its long rope of blood-black optic nerve. I can't refuse. I take it, tie it to my dog tags. It thumps against my chest like a rubber ball at every move I make. As soon as Pig is gone, I'll lose it. The Skinners build what they call warning shrines, orc skulls and limbs spiked on posts or nailed to trunks. The idea is the Skins will now shun this area because it stinks of murder and death. But the Skinners wire up the remnants to grenades anyway, in case the Skins decide to recover their dead. It's what Kaiser calls a win-win situation. Kaiser. I see him across the clearing as the Skinners raise the orc heads on display all around us. He is bent over the eviscerated body of Captain Lorret, who is cruelly still alive. Toaster says Kaiser is giving the captain last rites. I see the sudden twist of Kaiser's hand. That wasn't last rites as we know it. The nest is close. We move in. Forming small groups, I find myself with Pig, Toaster, and 2 other Skinners called Slipknot and Buck. In the glade ahead, swathed in vapour, rises a great ghostly tree. I sense it is not one tree but several that have become wrapped around each other over time. Hundreds of metres tall and thousands of years old, the great entwined trunks are lifted clear of the water by a vast raft of winding roots. Birds flitter in the upper canopy. Beetles crawl and gnaw on the exposed roots. We enter the root system, finding a tunnel half filled with rank water. The roots coil and interlock above our stooped heads, reminding me of the interlocking archvolts of the glorious Ecclesiarchy temple back home on Jopul. Toaster leads the way. We can smell the leaking promethium of his blackened flamer. Buck shows me how to take a strip of field dressing and soak it in the swamp water to make a breath mask. Already the pungent smoke of fires deliberately lit by the scouts on the far side of the nest is creeping back to us. I breathe through wet gauze. They're on us a moment later, Toaster scours the tunnel with his flamer, but they're pouring out of side turnings we didn't even see. I'm killing them even as I realise these are youngsters, small orc spawn, no taller than my waist, weeping and shrieking as they run from the smoke. Children, that's what we call them. I don't care anymore. Slipknot and I push down a side vent, clawing our way through the tangles of black roots and engage fierce skinned youths who jab at us with short spears and broken blades. No match for Lasfire. That way, good eye, I hear Slipknot shout. Then I'm into a large root cavity with Buck and Slipknot on my heels. We can still hear the rasp of Toaster's flamer nearby and smell the burning of Prometheus. Feral orcs are all around us now, many full grown and massive. Some have guns. Slipknot is blown apart by a bolt round. His left hand slaps against my shoulder as it is blown clear of his carcass. I kill the orc with the bolter, then Buck and I pepper the cavity with random automatic fire. Green blood splats and sprays in the close air. An orc is right on top of me, howling, raising a blade in a meaty paw bigger than my head. My gun is out. I fumble. It sees the arm across my chest and it seems to make it pause. I need no further urging. I slam the bayonet up into its jutting chin as the blade end punches out through the back of its skull. Its huge jaws, spasming shut as it dies, bite the end of my lasgun. I take up its blade in my right hand, holding my auto pistol in my left. With the blade, I dash out Skin's brains. With the pistol, I wound and cripple and kill. I am plastered with skin blood now, as feral as the things I slay. Murderous, wanton, out of my mind. Joppel seems a long, long way away. Further than ever before. And I know, now, I can't go back there. Not now. Not after this. Toaster comes in behind us and yells us to drop. Buck does, and I pull my head down as the flamer wash gusts like a sun's heat over our heads, incinerating the rest of the chamber. We're all laughing as we clamber out of the nest. Golder and Spaff, the remaining indentured squadroons, look at me as if I've run mad. I know how I must look to them, singed and filthy and covered in skin blood that is baked like treacle. I don't care what they think. I don't care for anything anymore. Kaiser is fighting the boss, driven out by the smoke carrying a ragged stomach wound. The massive skin has found himself cornered in a sap pool east of the nest. Kaiser confronts him. We all group round to watch. No one interferes. We just watch and whoop and chant, like orcs. The skin boss is 100 kilos heavier than Kaiser and massively muscled, with molars like daggers and tusks like bayonets. It wears a turtle shell breastplate and carries a hooked bill on one paw and a gutting knife in the other. Its tall belly oozes foul-smelling ichor, making the thing crouch. Kaiser, lank and worn, in tattered camo fatigues and webbing, his skin white with paint, has only a sheer knife. They circle and jab. We stand around the clearing, clapping and cheering and chanting, "Kaiser, Kaiser," like animals. The boss circles, sidestepping Kaiser's blade and taking a decent cut of meat from Kaiser's left thigh with its bill. In return, Kaiser swings and kicks the monster square in its wounded abdomen, throwing it back into the water in a spray of slime. The boss rises to its feet awkwardly. Kaiser is now limping from the ragged slice in the meat of his thigh, a slice that has flipped the skin open to show pink meat and gleaming white bone. Another swing with the bill, an evasive deflection from Kaiser's knife. How can he go on with a wound that bad, I wonder? But he does. Kaiser splashes through the churning, foamy water and rips his blade along the boss's forearm, causing it to drop its bill. Then, Kaiser swings in, counterclockwise, and buries his blade up to the hilt in the boss's throat. Gurgling and aspirating mists of blood, the boss falls on its back, surging water across the clearing under its vast bulk, and dies. We chant Kaiser's name so loud that leaves shake loose and drop from the canopy. Onde Scalber is dead.
He died somewhere and somewhen in the glades of Armageddon's vicious jungles. I only barely remember him now. He was a good sort, I suppose. What I am become now, only time will tell. I hate it, yet I love it too. It is a way of life and of death that appeals to me in its simplicity. To hunt, to kill, to be a better hunter and better killer than the brutes we stalk. To be good I. One day perhaps I'll remember Joe Paul and the life I had there. Perhaps I may awake screaming in the night, dreaming of it. I may not. The green waits for me. There I will do my work in the Emperor's name. There I will find my glory.
With the $5 meal deal at McDonald's, you pick a McDouble or a McChicken, then get a small fry, a small drink, and a 4-piece McNugget.
I'm not gonna let like ads hit my YouTube channel, and I not get paid.
Let the Galaxy Burn. Narrated by a Border Prince. Into the Maelstrom by Chris Pramas. Wake up, Corsair. We're almost there.
Well,
Sartak snapped back to consciousness,
I
only to
want
find himself looking down the barrel of a
get
bolter.
that, but not yet.
Beyond it was the disapproving face of Argun, a space marine of the White Scars. Although Argun had not slept for days, his eyes were alert and his grip on the bolter firm. I am not a Corsair, Sartak said with dignity. I'm like you, a space marine of the Astral Claws chapter. Argon reached down, grabbed Sartak's shoulder with his left hand and hauled him roughly to his feet, forcing his bolter against the side of Sartak's head. The White Scar spat in disgust. You're filth. The Astral Claws betrayed the Emperor. You lost the right to be called a space marine long ago. You're nothing but a reaver, a pirate. Sartek felt the cool metal of the bolter against his flesh, but somehow he remained calm. He knew the White Scar would not kill him now. There was too much at stake. I am here to restore the honour of the Astral Claws, he said in a level voice. My reaving days are over. Argon released Sartek from his grip, but kept the bolter handy. Yes, the White Scar growled. So you said in your moving speech before Subutai Khan. After years as a murdering cur, you woke up one morning and realized you still loved the Emperor. Argon's voice dripped with scorn. And now you're going to help us kill Huron Blackheart. The White Scar's laughter filled the cramped quarters of the smuggler's ship. I've heard more convincing lies from Ogrins. If you don't believe me, Sartek said, flatly exasperated after days of such exchanges, then why in the Emperor's name are you here? If you were a true space marine, Argon thundered, you wouldn't even have to ask that question. I am here because I was ordered to be. That's all I need to know. Argon, I'm weary of fighting with you, Sartak replied with a sigh. What I've told you is the truth. Huron Blackheart is planning a massive attack on an undefended Imperial world. If I can find my friend Lothar on Blackheart's flagship, he should be able to tell us where the attack will fall. Sartak had told his story a dozen times, but it was plain from the look on Argon's face that the White Scar didn't believe a word of it. Still, Sartak felt compelled to speak the words, hoping in his heart that they were true. Then, the Astral Claw finished. We can signal the rest of your chapter and bury Blackheart forever. He paused before adding, if you ever take off this inhibitor, that is. Almost unconsciously, Sartak ran his fingers over the heavy collar around his neck. As always, he could not find any kind of seam. Watching with amusement, The White Scar laughed. What's wrong? Don't you like being Argon's dog, Corsair? It's the only way to teach you discipline and obedience. The smile left Argon's lips as quickly as it had come. Besides, I couldn't risk you alerting your friends in the Red Corsairs before our arrival. Whatever, we are almost to the Maelstrom, Argon continued. You'll have your precious powers back soon enough. The White Scar slung his bolter reluctantly, but kept his eyes on Sartek. Just try to remember what it really means to be a Space Marine and a Codicea. Sartek locked eyes with Argon. I swear, before the Emperor, to prove the truth of my words and restore the honour of the Astral Cause. Then may the Emperor have mercy on your soul, Corsair. Argon and Sartek stood in the vast, reeking metal belly of Huron Blackheart's great warship, surrounded by the Red Corsairs, renegade Space Marines of a dozen chapters. They awaited Blackheart himself. Argon stood quiet and upright, staring defiantly at his fallen brethren, while Sartek shifted uncomfortably, searching the crowd for a friendly face. A haze of torch and incense smoke hung over the bay, but could not obscure the leering gargoyles that adorned its walls. From here, amidst the twisted iron sconces and blood-spattered altars, Huron Blackheart led the Red Corsairs in their depraved worship of the foul gods of chaos. Sartek had heard the screams of countless victims in this dark temple, and the memories haunted him still. Blackheart's men were just as Sartek remembered them. Once the Emperor's elite, full of honour and courage, these Marines had betrayed their oaths and followed Huron into heresy. Where they had once used their strength to protect the citizens of the Imperium, they now used that same savage power to offer victims to their cruel gods. Blood, booty, and terror were their masters now.
There we go.
And Sartek found it increasingly hard to believe that he had been one of them. Looking down at the fading astral claws markings on his power armour, now but a dim trace of their former glory, Sartek wondered if there was any honour left to salvage. Unwilling to meet the eyes of any of his former comrades, Sartek scanned the Great Bay. His gaze came to rest on the prone forms of Huron's dreadnoughts. These massive machines of destruction stood chained amongst the broken pillars of the central temple, as if their lifeless husks could be reanimated at any moment. But it was naught but an illusion, for the sarcophagi which housed the pilots that gave life to the stomping beasts were well away from the dreadnoughts. Sartek knew them to be housed beneath the Great Seal, safely locked away in Huron's Temple of Temples. Although the Red Corsairs consigned the deranged and insane to lives of living torment inside the metal sarcophagi, they still treated the dreadnought pilots with an awed respect, perhaps because their irrational power reminded the Corsairs of their own inhuman gods. A hush fell over the assembled Space Marines, and Sartek could hear Huron Blackheart approach. As long as he lived, he would never forget the peculiar rhythm of Huron's thumping footsteps, a product of the Meltagun blast which had destroyed half the man's body. The Red Corsairs parted before their master as he strode into view. Blackheart was a towering figure, half man and half machine. His massive armour, a corrupted mockery of that of the Space Marines, bristled with blades and saws. In place of his left arm, he had an enormous bionic claw that jerked open and closed spasmodically. So eager was it to rend the flesh of the living. Huron's wreck of a face radiated sheer menace, and his eyes burned with an unholy fire. Stopping his thundering advance only a few paces from the two Space Marines, the Blood Reaver sized up his new guests as a butcher might study cattle for the slaughter. Sartek, Huron boomed. I last saw you dead on the bridge of a White Scar's cruiser, yet here you stand. Tell me, how are you alive? Great Tyrant, Sartek began. I was but knocked unconscious during that savage fight. The White Scars took me prisoner, but I would say nothing to them. The Marine could feel his mouth getting drier as the well-prepared lies came to his lips. Hurriedly, he continued, trying to finish before his voice betrayed him. Argon here helped me escape and we hired a smuggler to bring us back to the Maelstrom. I told Argon that you were always looking for men like him. Huron's twisted face betrayed nothing as his gaze swept to the White Scar. Sartek felt relieved to be out from his scrutiny. He only hoped the proud White Scar could feign the humility needed to win the tyrant's trust. And you, loyal White Scar, Huron said, you betrayed your comrades to help Sartek escape. Why risk death to help this lowly sorcerer? I care nothing for this wretch, Argon spat defiantly. I used him because I knew he could bring me to you. The White Scar bowed his head ever so slightly, for the first time acknowledging the power of the Blood Reaver. And you, my lord, are the only man that can offer me refuge from the wrath of my gutless brethren. Blackheart laughed. This one's got spirit. He took 2 great strides over to Argon and grabbed the White Scar's neck in his wicked claw. As blood trickled ever so slowly down the hungry pincer, the Blood Reaver continued. Tell me, White Scar, what did you do to earn the wrath of your chapter? Argon stood rock still, lest a sudden movement caused the claw to snap shut. Great tyrant, he choked out. I killed my sergeant in battle because he ordered a retreat. Cowards like him deserve only death. Blackheart stood silently for a long moment. The only sound in the room was Argon's increasingly laboured breathing as the claw squeezed tighter. Then the claw snapped open, and the Blood Reaver stepped back. Argon sighed in relief and drew in great gulps of air. Sartek also relaxed. The worst was over. He knew how merciless Huron could be with potentially new recruits, but it seemed that Argon had passed the test. Huron strode over to Sartek and put his good hand on the Astral Claw's shoulder. Brother, you have done well. You know how few sorcerers I command, and we had mourned your loss. Sartek, wary of the trickery, could detect no falsehood in the tyrant's words. I want to welcome you back to the Red Corsairs. Blackheart's voice deepened as he continued. But first, you must do something. Anything, great tyrant, Sartek exclaimed, nodding his head. Blackheart removed his hand from Sartek's shoulder, unholstered his bolt pistol, and held it out to the Astral Claw. Kill the White Scar. But great tyrant, Sartek stammered. He helped me to escape. He helped you to escape so you would bring him here, Huron said, matter-of-factly. He's a White Scar infiltrator, no doubt sent to kill me. Now take this and execute him. The tone of the Blood Reaver brooked no contradiction. Not if Sartek wanted to live. The Marine took the pistol and walked slowly over to Argon. He had no love for the uncompromising White Scar, but nor did he want to be his executioner. He raised the pistol and aimed for Argon's temple. At least death would be quick. What are you waiting for? Roared the Blood Reaver. Kill him. Kill the traitor! The Red Corsairs howled in unison. Argon looked at the Astral Claw, and Sartek saw no fear in his face. Go ahead, Corsair, Argon said calmly. I always knew you would kill me in the end. Sartek squeezed the trigger twice. The White Scar died without sound or complaint, and fell with an echoing thud onto the metal floor of the Great Bay. Not for the last time, innocent blood stained the unholy ground of Blackheart's temple. Huron Blackheart smiled, and his insane joy was almost as terrible as his anger. Welcome home, Sartek. You've been away too long. Sartek moved quickly amidst the twisting corridors of Huron's warship. It had been 2 days since his return, and at last it seemed safe for him to move about freely. The Blood Reaver's small fleet was even now cruising through the Maelstrom, heading for an unknown destination. Excitement ran high amongst the Red Corsairs, for Huron Blackheart had promised them booty and blood in plenty. Sartek tried to appear calm as he searched the ship for Lothar. By now, his friend should have discovered where the attack was to fall. for he had won a place amongst Huron's inner circle. But the man had not been in his quarters, nor was he in the gallery. Now Sartek was forced to roam the great ship almost at random, hoping to find his friend before it was too late. The Astral Claw found himself heading deeper into the bowels of the labyrinthine ship. The corridors stank of stale blood, and he began to see skulls and bones littering the grilled walkways. This was the part of the ship claimed by the followers of Khorne, and Sartek usually went out of his way to avoid it. But he missed on Lothar, and this was one of the few places he had not searched. Sartek had seen no one for almost an hour, and this only added to his agitation. Something was going on. Then he heard distant howls from overhead, and his heart sank. As he approached, Sartek could hear the roar of a crowd and cries of "Blood" to the blood god. At last, Sartek emerged into the wide cargo bay and stopped in alarm. All of Huron's Khornite followers were assembled in a circle of crimson and gold, surrounding two combatants. Even above the shrieks for blood, Sartek could hear the distant whir of a chain axe. He knew with cold certainty that this was no ordinary combat. Pushing himself through the frenzied warriors, Sartek finally got a view of the combatants, and his worst fears were confirmed. At the centre of the circle was Lothar, stripped to the waist and armed with a chainsword. His opponent was Crassus, a renegade ultramarine who was Khorne's chosen champion amongst the Red Corsairs. Dark and wiry, Lothar was an experienced fighter, true enough, but Crassus was a bloody-handed psychopath, a full head taller than him, with few equals in hand-to-hand combat. This was not a duel, Sartek thought grimly. This is slaughter. Khorne demands a sacrifice, the berserkers chanted wildly. Blood for the blood god. Lothar! Sartek bellowed and tried to break through the ring of blood-hungry berserkers, but half a dozen arms held him back. Lothar caught sight of him, but was fully engaged in trying to fend off Crassus. The chain axe of the insane warrior hammered down upon Lothar's chainsword, driving the weary warrior back with every blow. Sartek could see that Lothar was bleeding from many wounds. Each time he parried, the marine was just a little slower, while Crassus seemed to grow stronger with each blow. As the howls for blood reached a frenzied pitch, Crassus roared and smashed the chainsword from his opponent's hands, and in the same fluid movement buried the axe in Lothar's chest. The chewing blades of the chain axe tore through Lothar's flesh, and he screamed in pain as his hot lifeblood gushed all over the berserker. Blood for the blood god, the mob roared, and then, bearing Khorne's chosen one aloft, Crassus. No! Sartek screamed and ran to where his dying friend lay, forgotten. Lothar lay on his back, his chest a bloody ruin. Still, he yet lived. Sartek knelt next to him. Forgive me, Lothar, he said. I couldn't find you. I was discovered, Lothar gasped, blood frothing from his lips. But the attack will fall on Razia. Emperor, redeem us. His ravaged body convulsed one last time and lay still. Around Sartek, the berserkers of Khorne howled in savage celebration. Soon, they were fighting furiously amongst themselves, driven mad by the sight and smell of freshly spilled blood. Taking advantage of the mayhem, Sartek slipped back into the welcome darkness. Sartek sat alone in his chambers, still covered with the blood of his only friend. Now, Lothar and Argon were both dead, and Sartek knew it was up to him to finish Huron Blackwood alone. The astral claws shook with barely repressed fury as he thought about the lifeless body of Lothar and of his own fall in the Emperor's grace. Sartek's blood burned for vengeance on Blackheart, but a small inner voice crooned to him to wait. A relic of his reaving days, or a clear sign of impending madness, the voice tempted and guided his soul. It would be so easy, the voice told him, to stay with Blackheart and maintain his loyalty. Yes, so easy, Sartek reflected, but he had followed the easy path for far too long. Sartek remembered those days on Badab,
Why?
when Huron had poisoned the astral claws against the Emperor. Sartek, loyal to his chapter master, as a space marine should be, followed him into heresy. But the years of reaving had taken their toll on the once idealistic warrior. Like a sleeping man jarred to consciousness, Sartek had opened his eyes to the depravity and corruption of the man once known as the Tyrant of Badab. With his shocking awakening, Sartek had realised that there was only one way to make good his betrayal of the Emperor. "If I must add my own blood to that of Arthur and Lothar," he snarled aloud, "then let that be my penance." Sartek drew in a deep breath and steadied his beating heart. Now, it was time to finish what he had started. The astral claw knelt on the floor and pulled a small cloth bag from between the folds of his bunk. Reaching inside, he pulled out the Imperial Tarot. The magical paraphernalia cluttered about his chamber was just for show, mere superstitious frippery. Huron was strangely proud of his sorcerers, and Sartek had been forced to act the part. Runic wands, talismanic skulls, and ancient icons lay strewn about haphazardly, the accoutrements of his obscure trade. Now, all Sartek needed was the purity of the tarot to communicate with the White Scar's ship, which circled the maelstrom in eager anticipation of his message. It was time for him to take on once again the mantle of Space Marine, Librarian, and Astral Claw. Sartek knelt and shuffled the tarot. Focusing his mind, he drew 3 cards from the top of the deck and placed them face down. Holding his breath, he flipped them over one by one. Horror. Revealed before him were the Emperor reversed, the Tower, and the Ecclesiarch reversed. Sartek suppressed the shock of an ill-omened hand, quickly reminding himself that he was not divining but reforging long-broken lines of communication. Trying to forget the grim portents thus revealed, Sartek concentrated on the Tower. Chanting quietly, he envisaged the Tower in the distance, across the great tide of the warp, casting his mind. Sartek fell into a deep trance. Always, he kept the Tower foremost in his mind, as he searched for the spirit of the White Scar Librarian he knew to be waiting. The warp embraced him, as it always did, comforting him like a mother as it tried to suck him into its womb. Further and further he reached, beyond the gibbering hordes of demonic creatures which implored him for his soul. Then, at last, the jolt of contact. Across the warp, their minds came together, and in an instant it was done. "Razia," he intoned. "The attack falls on Razia." Information delivered, Sartek broke the contact and fled back across the void to the safety of his own body. It was finished. Before Sartek could so much as stand, there was a rending crash as the door to his chamber was smashed open. Standing in the doorway was Huron Blackheart, flanked by the tall, cadaverous figure of Garland Soul Eater, the Tyrant's most potent sorcerer. Sartek jumped to his feet, scattering the Imperial Tarot across the floor. "Great Tyrant, I had not expected you," he stammered hastily, knowing with certainty that the tarot had shown him the future after all. "No, I did not suppose you did," Huron laughed. The Chaos Leader shrugged towards his twisted sorcerer. "Garland tells me that you have been communicating with the White Scars, and I wanted to come and thank you personally." "Thank me, Lord." Sartek let his hand rest on the hilt of his sword, yet maintained a pretense of servitude a while longer. "Yes, Astral. Most certainly." The Tyrant grinned maliciously. "I wanted to thank you for telling the White Scars that I would be attacking Razia." Huron continued, his words dripping with irony. "A touching show of misplaced loyalty." The Corsair's voice rose to a thundering growl, and he stabbed his power claw at Sartek. "Especially when you consider that I've changed my mind." "Changed your mind?" Sartek gasped, taken aback. Huron waved his hand dismissively. "Well, no, a lie. I haven't changed my mind as such. We never were attacking Razia." Sartek began to see the trap which had been set for him, and his grip was firm upon his foresword. You twisted evil. What do you mean? The tyrant laughed widely at this show of bravado, and besides him, Garlon clapped politely in mock applause. We are in fact headed for Santiago. Blackheart paused to let the awful truth sink in. Thanks to you, however, the White Scars will be far away when the Red Corsairs sweep down on that helpless planet. The tyrant grinned again, obviously delighted with the Astral Claw's terrified expression. Sartek staggered backwards, overwhelmed by the enormity of what he had done. Santiago? But why? He whispered, horrified. There's nothing to steal there. It's an agricultural world of no military significance at all. Garlon rubbed his bony hands together eagerly, his wet tongue licking his thin lips in anticipation of some future pleasure. Ah, but you are mistaken. There's one thing Santiago does have. Huron gloated, clapping Garlon on the back. Santiago has millions upon millions of defenseless citizens. Garlon whinnied in helpless pleasure. The sorcerer's eyes rolled back in his head, and he slightly mouthed the words, blood and skulls. Huron laughed mockingly. Sartek felt cold fury burning in his soul. The tyrant continued, and what do you think would happen in the warp, my loyal little sorcerer, were I to offer up the blood of 1 billion victims in one night? You butcher! Sartek screamed. I followed you, I trusted you, and you led me straight to hell. In his mind, he commended his soul to the Emperor. He knew what he must do. In the name of all that is holy, it stops here, he yelled, dragging his foresword from its scabbard and charging the Blood Reaver, howling his fury. Huron Blackheart met Sartek's charge with a cry of delight, parrying the foresword with his great metal claw. The sword, pulsing with psychic energy, sparked and shrieked as it strove to tear the claw asunder. But the forbidden technology powering the tyrant's claw proved too strong, and after long moments of straining sinew and muscle, Sartek was forced to pull his sword away. Backing up as far as he could in the cramped confines of the chamber, Sartek quickly uttered a calming prayer, before focusing his mind and unleashing a psychic blast at Blackheart's diseased consciousness. The energy of righteousness roared within him, and the bolt flew clear and true. But Garlon Soul Eater, soaked in the black energies of chaos, deflected the blow with a casual flick of a skeletally thin hand.
Yay!
Cackling with perverse pleasure. There'll be none of that, Sartek. His voice oozed mockingly into the breeze. Goodbye, our lovely traitor. The Blood Reaver closed on Sartek, even as Garlon's twisted laugh echoed inside his skull. There was no more time for psychic trickery. As the tyrant attacked with all the power at his disposal,
Hey, that's like the
it was
most
all
valuable
Garlon
part of that.
could do to parry the
like
wearing
the
power axe and
$200 one.
merciless claw. Sartek held his foresword in both hands, trying to keep Huron at bay with great sweeps of the deadly blade. Huron would not be denied blood. With a scream of rage and bitter satisfaction, the tyrant slammed Sartek's blade deep into the wall and pinned it there with his axe. The sword was motionless for just a few seconds as Sartek tried in vain to wrench the glittering weapon free, but that was enough time for Blackheart to close his great claw over Sartek's exposed wrists. With a wicked grin, the Blood Reaver snapped the claw shut with a sickening crunch. Howling in pain, Sartek fell to his knees, staring in horror at the bleeding stumps. Huron stood over Sartek, looking with disdain at the wretch at his feet. You'd like to die now, wouldn't you? Last of the Astral Claws. Sartek would not answer. He watched his lifeblood slowly pump away, knowing that he had failed utterly. Blackheart walked around Sartek's prone form, crushing the tarot cards that still lay on the floor. But a hero's death is not for you, he taunted, as he brought his leering face down to Sartek's bloody countenance. Sartek groaned aloud, but he could not bring himself to meet the tyrant's gaze. No, there will be no redemption for you, Sartek, the tyrant howled in glee. Instead, I will give you the greatest gift an Astral Claw could hope for. Laughing with delight, Huron Blackheart turned to the capering sorcerer. Take him away, Garlon, and Make this sad wretch a hero to be proud of. Garland's mind reached out and smashed through Sartek's weakened defences. The astral claw fell into blackness. Sartek awoke in total, incomparable darkness. Surprised to be alive, he tried to get up, to move, then he could not. Straining his limbs, he slowly realised that needles invaded his body, and unknown nerves were entwined around his limbs. Some kind of mask was clamped to his face. Sartek tried to speak, but he choked on the array of tubes that had been rammed down his throat. In panic, he tried to cast his mind into the wall, and found that his powers had been suppressed. After what felt like long, desperate hours of thrashing and blinding in the darkness, Sartek lay in the blackness and waited. Huron would come to taunt him soon enough. Sartek waited and waited, cut off from feeling and perhaps time itself. How long have I been?
That's a neat little
He
thing.
wondered. Hours, days. Time had lost its meaning. Still, Huron did not come. What have they done to me? The panicked librarian screamed silently. Have I been jettisoned into the emptiness of space in an escape capsule? Will I fall forever through the void? How would that make me a hero? His mind cast about, trying to find an answer, but to no avail. Nothing made any sense at all. In a flash of realization, it all became clear. Sartek remembered his one walk beyond the Great Seal. He remembered seeing the maddened members of the Red Corsairs encased forever in coffins of adamantium, sealed up in the Great Temple until battle called. Sartek knew beyond doubt that the life support systems of a dreadnought could keep a man alive indefinitely. But what if the sarcophagus were never to be hooked into a dreadnought? What if a man was locked inside and left to rot for all eternity? What then? Sartek tried desperately to think of another possible explanation for his plight, but the logic was cold and inescapable. The epiphany of horror crashed into his consciousness with unstoppable power. He could not even scream as sanity fled. In the frigid darkness of the Maelstrom, the fleet of Huron Blackheart tore through space, destined for doomed Santiago. The Blood Reaver was on his way to offer up 1 billion souls to the dark gods of chaos. Thanks for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed this. Please remember to like the video and subscribe if you're not subscribed, and let me know in the comments below what you thought. See you next time. Cheers.
Refresh your senses with a rush of raspberry flavor and Mountain Dew voltage. Do the do.
No.
Be in my...
Alright.
Let the Galaxy Burn. Narrated by a Border Prince. The Wrath of Khan by Bill King. Blood for the Blood God, bellowed Khan the Betrayer, charging forward through the hail of bolter fire towards the temple of superlative indulgence. The bullet shells ricocheting off his breastplate did not even slow him down. The Chaos Space Marine smiled to himself. The ancient ceramite of his armour had protected him for over 10,000 years. He felt certain he would not let him down today. All around
Thank
him,
you.
warriors fell, clutching their wounds, crying in pain and fear. More souls offered up upon the altar of battle to the supreme lord of carnage, Khan thought, and grinned maniacally. Surely the blood god would be pleased this day. Ahead of him, Khan saw one of his fellow berserkers fall, his body riddled with shells, his armour cracked and melted by plasma fire. The berserker howled with rage and frustration, knowing that he was not going to be in at the kill, that he would give Khorne no more offerings on this or any other day. In frustration, the dying warrior set his chainsword to maximum power and took off his own head with one swift stroke. His blood rose in a red fountain to slack Khorne's thirst. As he passed, Khan kicked the fallen warrior's head, sending it flying over the defender's parapet. At least this way, his fallen comrade would witness Khan's slaughter the Slaneshi worshippers in the few delicious moments before he died.
Alright, let's see.
Under the circumstances, it was the least reward Khan could grant such a devout warrior. The betrayer leapt over a pile of corpses, snapping off a shot with his plasma pistol. One of the Slanesh cultists fell, clutching the ruins of his melted face. Gorechild, Khan's demonic axe, held in his hands. Khan brandished it above his head and bellowed his challenge to the sick, yellow sky of the demon world.
He's making $50 a day.
Skulls for the skull throne, Khan bellowed. On every side, frothing berserkers echoed his cry. More shells whined all around them. He ignored them the way he would ignore the buzz of annoying insects. More of his fellows fell, but Khan stood untouched, secure in the blessing of the blood god, knowing that it would not be his turn today. All was going according to plan. A tide of Khorne's warriors flowed across the bomb-cratered plains towards the towering redoubt of the Slanesh worshippers. Support fire from the Chaos Titan artillery had reduced much of the walls around the ancient temple complex to just so much rubble. The disgusting murals painted in fluorescent colours had been reduced to atoms. The obscene minarets that crowned the towers had been blasted into well-deserved oblivion. Lewd statues lay like colossal, limbless corpses, gazing at the sky with blank, marble eyes. Even as Khan watched, missiles blazed down from the sky and smashed another section of the defensive wall to blood-covered fragments. Huge clouds of dust billowed. The ground shook. The explosions rumbled like distant thunder. The sick joy bubbled through Khan's veins at the prospect of imminent violence. This was what he lived for. These moments of action where he could once again prove his superiority to all other warriors in the service of his exalted lord. In all his 10,000-year existence, Khan had found no joy to touch the joy of battle. No lust greater than his lust for blood. Here, on the field of mortal combat, he was more than in his element. He was at the site of his heart's desire. It was the thing that had caused him to betray his oath of allegiance to the Emperor of Mankind, his genetic destiny as a space marine, and even his old comrades in the World Eaters Legion. He had never regretted those decisions, even for an instant. The bliss of battle was reward enough to stay any doubts. He jumped the ditch before the parapet, ignoring the poisoned spikes which lined the pit bottom, and promised an ecstatic death to any that fell upon them. He scrambled up the loose scree of the rock face and vaulted over the low wall, planting his boot firmly into the face of a defender as he did so. The man screamed and fell back, trying to stem the flow of blood from his broken nose. Khan swung Gorechild and ended his whining forever. "Death is upon you!" Khorne roared as he dived into a mass of depraved cultists. Gorechild lashed out. Its teeth bit into hardened ceramite, spraying sparks in all directions. The blow passed through the target's armour, opening its victim from stomach to sternum. The wretch fell back, clutching at its ropey entrails. Khan dispatched him with a backhand swipe and fell upon his fellows, slaying right and left, killing with every blow.
Red, good.
Frantically,
Black,
the cultist leader
red,
bellowed
white,
orders, but it was too late.
Blue.
Khan was among them, and no man had ever been able to boast of facing Khan in close combat and living. The numbers 2243, then 2244 blinked before his eyes. The ancient Gothic lettering of the digital death counter superimposed on Khan's field of vision, incremented quickly. Khan was proud of his archaic device. Presented by War Master Horus himself in ancient times, its like could not be made in this degenerate age. Khan proudly as his tally of offerings for his campaign continued to rise. He still had a long way to go to match his personal best, but that was not going to stop him trying. Men screamed and howled as they died. Khan roared with pleasure, killing everything within his reach, reveling in the crunch of bone and spray of blood. The rest of the Coronate Force took advantage of the destruction the betrayer had caused.
Delicious taste. Delicate bubbles. Distinctly La Marca Prosecco.
They swarmed over the walls in a howling mass and dismembered the Slanesh worshippers. Already demoralised by the death of their leader, not even these fanatical worshippers of the Lord of Pleasure could stand their ground. Their morale broke. They panicked and fled. Such pathetic oaths were barely worth the killing, Khan decided, lashing out reflexively and killing those Slanesh worshippers who passed too close to him as they fled. 2246, 2247, 2248 went the death counter. It was time to get on with his mission. It was time to find the thing he had come here to destroy. The ancient, demonic artifact known as the Heart of Desire. Attack! Khan bellowed, and charged through the gaping mouth of the leering stone head that was the entrance to the main temple building. Inside it was quiet, as if the roar of battle could not penetrate the walls. The air stank of strange perfumes. The walls had a porous, fleshy look. The pink-tinged light was odd. It shimmered all around, coming from no discernible source. Khan switched to the auto-sensor system within his helm, just in case there was some trickery here. Leather-clad priestesses, their faces domino masked, emerged from padded doorways. They lashed at Khan with whips that sent surges of pain and pleasure through his body. Another man, one less hardened than Khan, might have been overwhelmed by the sensation, but Khan had spent millennia in the service of his god, and what passed through him now was but a pale shadow compared to the battle lust. Compared to the battle lust that mastered him.
No.
He chopped through the snake-like flesh of the living lash. Poison blood spurted forth. The woman screamed as if he had cut her. Looking closer, he saw that she and the whip were one. A leering demonic head tipped the weapon's handle and had buried its fangs into her wrist. Khan's interest was sated. He killed the priestess with one backhanded swipe of Gorechile. A strangled cry of rage and hate
Big
warned him
stretch.
of a new threat. He turned and saw that one of the other berserkers, less spiritually pure than himself, had been overcome by the whip's evil. The man had torn off his helmet, and his face was distorted by a sick and dreamy smile that had no place on the features of one chosen by Khorne. Like a sleepwalker, he advanced on Khan and lashed out with his chainsword. Khan laughed as he parried the blow and killed the man with his return stroke. A quick glance told him that all the priestesses were dead and that most of his followers had slain their drugged brethren. Good, thought Khan, but part of him was disappointed. He had hoped that more of his fellows would be overcome by treachery. It was good to measure himself against true warriors, not these decadent worshippers of an effete god. Gorechile howled with frustrated bloodlust, writhing in his hand as if it would turn on him if he did not feed it more blood and sinew soon. He turned, gestured for his companions to follow him, and raced off down the corridor.
Do we not have green
"Follow
dots?
me," he shouted, "to the slaughter!" Passing through the huge arch, the former Space Marine entered the inner sanctum of the temple, and Khan knew that they had found what they had come for. Light poured in through the stained glass ceiling. As he watched, Khan realised that the light was not coming through the glass, but from the glass itself. The illustrations glowed with an eerie internal light, and they moved. A riotous assembly of men and women, mutants and demons, enacted every foul deed that the depraved followers of the debauched god could imagine. And Khan noted they could imagine quite a lot. Khan raised his pistol and opened fire, but the glass merely absorbed the weapon's energy. Something like a faint moan of pleasure filled the chamber, and mocking laughter drew Khan's attention to the throne, which dominated the far end of the huge chamber. It was carved from a single gem that pulsed and changed colour, going from amber to lavender to pink to lime, and then back through a flickering, random assortment of iridescent colours that made no sense and hurt the eye. Khan knew, without having to be told, that this throne was the heart of desire. Senses honed by thousands of years of exposure to the stuff of chaos told him that the thing fairly radiated power. Inside was the trapped essence of a demon prince, held forever at the whim of Slanesh as punishment for some ancient treachery. The man sitting so regally on the throne was merely a puppet, and barely worth Khan's notice, save as something to be squashed like a bug. The man looked down on Khan, as if he had the temerity to feel the same way about Khorne's most devoted follower. His left hand stroked the hair of a leashed and naked woman who crouched like a pet at his feet. His right hand held an obscenely shaped rune sword, which glowed with a blasphemous light. Khan strode forward to confront his new foe. The clatter of Serap's encased feet on marble told him that his fellow berserkers followed. In a matter of 100 strides, Khan found himself at the foot of the dais, and some odd, mystical force compelled him to stop. Khan did not doubt that he was face to face with the cult leader. The man had the foul, debauched look of an ancient and immortal devotee of Slanesh. His face was pale and gaunt. Makeup concealed the dark shadows under his eyes. An obscene helmet covered the top of his head. As he stood, his pink and lime cloak billowed out behind him. Tight bands of studded leather armour girded his naked chest, revealing lurid and disturbing tattoos. "Welcome to the heart of desire," the Slanesh worshipper said in a soft, insinuating voice, which somehow carried clearly across the chamber and compelled immediate, respectful attention. Khan was instantly on his guard, sensing the magic within that voice, the persuasive power which could twist mortals to its owner's will. He struggled to keep the fury that burned eternally in his breast from subsiding under the influence of those slyly enthralling tones. "What do you wish?" "Your death," the betrayer roared. Yet he felt his bloodlust being subdued by that oddly comforting voice. The cult leader sighed. "You worshippers of Khorne are so drearily predictable. Always the same tedious, unimaginative retort. I suppose it comes from following that monomaniacal deity of yours. Still, you are hardly to be blamed for your god's dullness, I suppose." "When Khorne has devoured your soul, you will pay for such blasphemy," Khan shouted. His followers shouted their approval, but with less enthusiasm than Khan had expected. For some reason, the man on the throne did not appear to be worried by the presence of so many armed men in his sanctum. "Somehow I doubt it, old chap. You see, my soul has long been pledged to thrice bless Slanesh, so unless Khorne wants to stick his talon down Slanesh's throat, or some other orifice, he'll have a hard time getting at it." "Enough of your prattle," Khan roared. "Death is upon you." "Oh, be sensible," the cultist said, raising his hand. Khan felt a tide of pleasure flow over him, like that he had felt from the whip earlier, but 1,000 times stronger. All around him, he heard his men moan and gasp. "Think. You can spend an eternity of pleasure being caressed by the power of Lord Slanesh, while your soul slowly rots and sinks into his comforting embrace. Anything you want, anything you have ever desired, can be yours. All you have to do is swear allegiance to Slanesh. Believe me, it's no trouble." As the cult leader spoke, images flickered through Khan's mind. He saw visions of his youth, and all the joys he had known before the rebellion of Horus and the battle of Terra.
I need to go check
Somehow
my
it all
3D
looked
printer.
so clear and fresh.
I'll be right back. Oh, big stretch. Darn. My 24-hour print failed, y'all, which really sucks because it's a 24-hour print. It's closer to a 26-hour print. Do, 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 do. So, I'm gonna go fix that, and I will be right back. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. Yep, I'll be right back. Got myself some breakfast. And I'm going to have to restart the print because the print failed. It got jammed. Which is always fun. Maybe I'll up the temperature. Starting print.
And appealing, and it almost brought moisture to his tear ducts. He saw endless banquets of food and wine. For a moment, his palate was stimulated by all manner of strange and wonderful tastes, and his brain tingled with a myriad pleasures and stimulations. Visions of diaphanously clad maidens danced before his eyes, beckoning enticingly. For a moment, despite himself, Khan felt an almost unthinkable temptation to betray his ancient oath to the blood god. This was powerful sorcery indeed. He shook his head and bit his lip until the blood flowed. No true warrior of Khorne would fall for this pitiful trick, he bellowed. All hail Slaanesh! One of his followers cried. Praise to the great Lord of Pleasure, shouted another. Let us grovel and adore him, a third said, as the whole force cast themselves down onto their knees. Khan turned to look at his men. Disbelief and outrage filled his mind. It seemed that they did not possess his iron-willed belief in Khorne's power, that they were prepared to betray him for a few tawdry promises of pleasure. In every face, in every posture, he saw slack-jawed worship of the posturing peacock on the throne. He knew that there was only one thing to be done under the circumstances. The Slaaneshi leader obviously felt the same. Kill him, he cried. Offer up his soul to Slaanesh, and unspeakable ecstasy shall be your reward. The first of Khan's comrades raised his bolt pistol and squeezed the trigger. Khan threw himself to one side, and the shell whipped past his head. The betrayer rewarded the traitor with a taste of Gorechild. The chain axe screeched as it bit through armour in a mighty sweep that clove him clean in two. The warrior gave a muted whine as his Slaanesh corrupted soul went straight to the warp. Suddenly, the rest of the berserkers were upon him. Khan found himself fighting for his immortal life. These were no mere Slaanesh cultists. Newly tainted though they might be, they had once been worthy followers of Khorne, fierce, deadly, and full of bloodlust. Mighty maces bludgeoned Khan. Huge chainswords threatened to tear his rune-encrusted armour. Bolter shells tore chunks from his chestplate. Khan fought on, undismayed, filled with the joy of battle, taking fierce pleasure every time Gorechild took another life. At last, these are worthy foes. The body count swiftly ticked on to 2460 and continued to rise. Instinctively, Khan sidestepped a blow that tore off one of the metal skulls that dangled from his belt. The betrayer swore he would replace it with the attacker's own skull. His return stroke made good his vow. He whirled Gorechild in a great figure of eight and cleared a space all around him, sending two more traitors to make their excuses to the blood god. Insane blood surged through him, overcoming even the sapphoric influence of the Heart of Desire, and for a moment, Khan fought with his full, unfettered power. He became transformed into an unstoppable engine of destruction. Nothing could stand against him. Khan's heart pounded. The blood sang through his veins, and the desire to kill made him howl uncontrollably. Bones crunched beneath his axe. His pistol blew out the life of its targets. He stamped on the heads of the fallen, crushing them to jelly. Khan ignored pain, ignored any idea of self-preservation, and fought for the pure love of fighting. He killed, and he killed.
It all starts here. By uniting the world in passion, commitment, and care, we turn the impossible
into... ad.
All too soon it was over, and Khan stood alone in a circle of corpses. His breath rasped from his chest. Blood seeped through a dozen small punctures in his armour. He felt like a rib might have been broken by that last blow of a mace, but he was triumphant. His counter read 2485. He sensed the presence of one more victim and turned to confront the figure on the dais. The cultist leader stood looking down at him with a faint expression of mingled disbelief and distaste on his face.
Why?
The naked girl had fled. The throne pulsed enticingly. "It's true what they say," the man said with a delicious sigh. "If you want anything done properly, you have to do it yourself." The insinuating voice drove Khan's fury from him and left him feeling tired and spent. The cultist strode down from the dais. Khan felt almost too weary to parry his blow. He knew he must throw off his enchantment quickly. The rune sword bit into his armour, and a wave of mingled pain and pleasure passed through Khan like poison. Summoning his last reserves of rage, he threw himself into the attack. He would show this effete fop who was the true warrior here. Khan hacked. Gorchar bit into the tattoos of the man's wrist. Gobbets of flesh and droplets of blood whirled away from the axe's teeth. The rank smell of hot bone filled the air as the hand separated from the arm and began to crawl away with a life of its own. Khan stamped on it, and a rictus of pain appeared on its owner's face, as if the hand was still attached. Khan swung. The cultist's head separated from his shoulders. The body swung its blade, a puppet still controlled by the strings of its master's will. It bit into Khan, and a wave of sensation almost drove him to his knees. "Nice trick," roared Khan, feeling the hand squirm beneath his boot. "But I've seen it before." He brought his chain axe down on the head and clove it in two. The body fell to the ground, a puppet with its strings cut. 2486. Khan thought with some satisfaction. The betrayer advanced upon the throne. It pulsed enticingly before him. Within its multiple facets, he thought he saw the face of a beautiful woman, the most beautiful he had ever seen, and the most evil. Her hair was long and golden, and her eyes were blue. Her lips were full and red, and the small white fangs that protruded from her mouth in no way marred her perfection. She looked at Khan beseechingly, and he knew at once he was face to face with the demon trapped within the Heart of Desire. "Welcome, Khan," a seductive voice said within his head. "I knew you would triumph. I knew you would be the conqueror. I knew you would be my new master." The voice was thrilling. By comparison, the cult leader's voice had been but a pale echo. But the voice was also deceptive. Proud as he was, mighty as he knew himself to be, Khan knew that no man could truly be the master of a demon, not even a fallen space marine like himself. He knew that his soul was once more in peril, that he should do something, but yet again he found himself enthralled by the persuasiveness of a Slanesh worshipper's voice. "Be seated. Become the new ruler of this world. then go forth and blast those meddlesome interlopers from the face of your planet. Khan fought to hold himself steady, while the throne pulsed hypnotically before him, and the smell of heavy musk filled his nostrils. He knew that once he sat, he would be trapped, just as the demon was trapped. He would become a slave to the thing imprisoned within the throne. His will would be drained, and he would become a decadent and effete shadow of the Khan he had once been. Yet his limbs began to move, almost of their own accord, his feet slowly but surely carrying him towards the throne. Once more, visions of an eternity of corrupt pleasure danced in Khan's mind. Once more, he saw himself indulging in every excess. The demon promised him every ecstasy imaginable, and it was well within its power to grant such pleasures. He knew it would be a simple thing for him to triumph on its behalf. All he had to do was step outside and announce that he had destroyed the heart of desire. He was Khan. He would be believed. And after that, it would be a simple matter to lure the corn worshippers to ecstatic servitude or joyful destruction. Would they not deserve it? Already he was known as the betrayer, when all he had done was be more loyal to his god than the spineless weaklings he had slaughtered. And with that, the demon's voice fell silent, and the visions stopped, as if the thing in the throne realised its mistake, but too late. For Khan was loyal to Khorne, and there was only room for that one thing within his savage heart. He had betrayed and killed his comrades in the World Eaters because they had not remained true to Khorne's ideals, and would have fled from the field of battle without either conquering or being destroyed. The reminder gave him strength. He turned and looked back at the room. The reek of blood and dismembered bodies filled his nostrils like perfume. He remembered the joy of the combat, the thrill of overcoming his former comrades. He looked out on a room filled with corpses and a floor carpeted with blood. He was the only living thing here, and he had made it so. He realised that, compared to this pleasure, this sense of conquest and victory, what the demon offered was only a pale shadow. Khan turned and brought Gorechild smashing down upon the foul throne. His axe held thirstily as he drank deep of the ancient and corrupt soul imprisoned within. Once more, he felt the thrill of victory and knew no regrets for rejecting the demon's offer. 2,487. Life just doesn't get any better than this, Khan thought. Thanks for watching, everybody. If you wouldn't mind giving the video a like, share if you can, and remember to subscribe if you're not subscribed. And thanks very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. See you next time. Cheers.
Where'd you go? Oh, Jesus.
Whenever heartburn strikes, get fast relief with Tums.
All these ads make me want to actually buy YouTube Premium. Or at least find like an ad blocker.
Let the Galaxy Burn. Narrated by a Border Prince. The Lives of Fereg Lionwolf by Barrington J. Bailey. Fereg Lionwolf, champion of Zench, ruler of 5 worlds, rose from the slab of sparkling white alabaster on which he slept, and prepared to receive his honoured visitor. Young maidens bathed him, anointing his body with pleasant-smelling oils so that he gave off an enchanting aroma. The same slave girls dressed him in garments of shimmering heliotrope silk, decorated all over with the sinuous symbols of the greatest of the gods, and accoutred him with his weapons. When they had finished, an officer wearing the uniform designed for the palace staff by Farag himself entered and bowed, waiting for permission to speak. "The chariot of Lord Quellel has been sighted entering our planetary system, my great and gracious lord," the officer announced. Once Farag had impatiently signalled him to continue. "It will arrive within the hour." "And is everything ready?" "All has been made ready, my great and gracious lord." "Good," Farag purred. He dismissed the officer, then turned to examine himself in a full-length mirror. He could not help but be pleased by what he saw. Farag Lionwolf had always been a striking figure, even before he found favour with the Changer of the Ways, to give the great god Zench just one of his many titles. Rugged, strong and handsome, Farag had earned the admiration of all on his homeworld, as well as on the many worlds where he had fought and adventured before becoming a champion of chaos. But now, Farag was almost beside himself as he beheld the magnificent transformation wrought on him by the great conspirator's marks of favour. In place of his left arm was a powerful flexible tentacle with twice the reach. His right foot was a scrabbling claw, particularly exciting to behold, as it so much resembled the claw of Chikama Zan Sanaro, or the Feathered Lord, the rank of demon closest to Zench himself. An extra pair of eyes was set in his forehead, above the others but close together, giving his face a curiously watchful appearance, like the face of a lurking spider. Those eyes could look into someone's mind and see if plots were being laid there. They could also kill with a single, baleful glance. His mouth was also changed. It could pucker into a long tube, half the length of his arm, with which to suck pure magical energy from the souls of others. Zench had given him power and change, and this was not the end of the rewards he was to receive. Farag made a magical sign, causing a shimmering oval surface to appear in the air, looking like a vertical pool of water, or maybe quicksilver. With his forefinger, he traced runes in the dark tongue, which could only be spoken in the warp. The runes spelled out his chaos name, so recently bestowed upon him by his greater demon patron. And with another gesture, he dissolved the writing screen. And now to enter Qualalil. Farag strode from the lofty ceiling chamber and on to the spacious balcony overlooking the extensive palace. Looking round him, and, as always, taking immense satisfaction in his accomplishments. He was ruler of an entire planetary system within the Imperium of Chaos, called by outsiders the Eye of Terror. 5 of the system's 8 planets were inhabited. Several billion beings all lived in dread, in obedience, in utmost respect and adoration of Farag Lionwolf. Farag had designed his palace to resemble what he imagined the heavenly palaces of Zench and his feathered lords to be like. Tier upon tier of terraces rose to the cloud layer, sparkling and glowing in iridescent colours. Towers and minarets and convoluted galleries twisted and twined like snakes. But none of it, of course, was restricted by gravity. The towers and galleries jutted out at crazy angles, as if they had been constructed in space, or, as was the impression Farag had striven to create, the vast unknowable reaches of the warp. His aides and guards gathered around him. It was time for Qualal's chariot to arrive. A magnifier had been set up on the balcony. Through it, events in the upper atmosphere became visible, as though they were only a short distance away. So they were able to watch as the chariot from the neighbouring planetary system, an elaborate, burnished affair decorated with gold and silver curricles, appeared in the lemon-yellow sky and swooped through the upper air. Driving for the cloud layer, it descended towards the palace. Farag and his aides carefully watched the surrounding countryside, dotted with towns and villages whose privilege it was to share a landscape with their mighty ruler.
Nice.
Yes, there it was. The plot was afoot. Shark-like craft were hurtling over the horizon, 3 altogether, coming from different directions. In addition, from hidden places near and at hand, a dozen wild-looking figures mounted on flying discs were soaring upwards, long hair flying behind them, waving weapons. There was magic at work, or those discs would not be able to fly here. They were Keichiki Sonai, steeds of Zench, and their proper medium was the warp. Peering closely at the magnifier, Ferric could see the rows of teeth around their rims. Both sharkcraft and riders were converging on the interstellar chariot. Farag had a consummate sense of timing. He raised a hand, staying his aides who were ready to release a barrage and destroy the raiders. Instead, he allowed the raiders to get closer to their prey. "Let me deal with this," Farag murmured in his melodious baritone voice. When it seemed there could be no help for the descending foreign vessel on its state visit, he pointed with all 5 fingers of his right hand. The air became charged with power. It crackled. All present felt the waves of prickling sensation of their entire bodies. And from the fingers of master magician Fereg Lionwolf, there issued a stream of raw magic, crossing the intervening miles instantaneously, sizzling, swaying, touching all 3 sharkcraft and the dozen disc raiders. For a brief moment, the great stream of energy flickered around them, and then, in that same moment, they shivered and were gone. Ferric Lionwolf smiled knowingly. Lord Quellalil's chariot settled itself onto a marble landing bay further down the terrace. Ferric and his party had already made their way there when the ornate door of the chariot swung open. Flamboyantly clad guards emerged and took up station on either side, glancing nervously around them. Lord Commander Quellalil stepped down from the threshold. Unlike Farag, he had never been a space marine, and so was much shorter in stature than the hulking Lionwolf. He wore a cloak of brilliant blue. His hands were small, with a shriveled, talon-like look. In place of a mouth, he had a compact, curved beak, turquoise in colour. A straw-coloured plume sprouted from the top of his otherwise bald pate. His eyes were round and unblinking, and seemed unable to stare in any direction but straight ahead, so that he looked about him continuously with sudden, nervous movements. "Lord Commander Quellalil," Farag greeted breezily, spreading arm and tentacle in welcome. "My Lord Commander Farag." Quellalil's voice was high and chirping. He allowed Farag to embrace him briefly, then stepped back to gaze at the palace around him. He was clearly impressed. "I am happy to be able to protect you, my Lord Quellalil," Farag said. "It appears some of your enemies have gathered here." Twittering laughter rose from Quellalil's throat. His eyes glittered. "Yes, subversives from my own planet who fled here some time ago. I knew this visit would flush them out. Why do you think I came here? You should be flattered, my Lord Farag, at the trust I have placed in you. My chariot is unarmed." "I too have used the occasion to my benefit," Farag told him. "Your renegades could not have acted without help from some of my own subjects. They are now paying the penalty for their disloyalty." He glanced at the surrounding countryside, taking pleasure in knowing of the death and torture being inflicted there. "I have prepared a banquet for tonight," he continued to tell his guest. "You are particularly partial to human flesh, I believe." Quellalil clacked his beak repeatedly in eager affirmation. "Skin specimens have been marinating in spices for the past week. Tonight, they will be roasted for your delectation. Tomorrow, we will discuss a treaty between us. For the present, though, allow me to show you around my palace. But first..." Farag raised arm and tentacle and swept them through the air, making magical passes. There came an immense rumbling sound. The huge edifice all around them was coming apart. Towers, terraces, galleries, halls, all separated and began gyrating in the air, performing a gigantic dance. The landing bay on which they stood also took part in the display, whirling lazily through a cloud and back again. Then, with meticulous precision, everything came together again. Stone block met stone block, in silent harmony, mortared together as before. In seconds, the palace had reassembled itself. Qualalil trilled in feigned pleasure. "Most impressive, my Lord Farag, and if you will allow me in return." He too made an elaborate sign with his hand. Further along the terrace, a jutted arcade detached itself, floating a short distance away into the ether, and then began spinning at speed. Qualalil made delicate pulling motions with his fingers. The minaret ceased spinning and returned to its place with a deep grinding of stone upon stone. There was a gentle murmur of approval from the assembled aides and retainers. It was common for Zentian magicians to show off to one another on first meeting, but for all his chirpiness, the visitor could not hide the fact that he had been bettered by his host. Surreptitiously, Farag cast his guest a passing glance with his upper pair of eyes, not wanting Qualalil to see the dark flash that would show he was looking into his mind. It was as he had expected. Qualalil was not happy at being ruler of a mere one-planet system. He envied Farag his domains. The visit was but the first step in an elaborate, convoluted plan to take his place, stretching far into the future. Qualalil's brain was a maze of plot and counterplot, intricate to the point of madness. Which was as it should be in a champion of Zench, the great conspirator and master of fortune. Qualalil would not, however, see his plans come to fruition. Farag had laid a strategy to add his guest's planet to his own dominion. As for Qualalil himself, he would be disposed of as easily as one of the feeble humans he was about to feast upon. Ushering his visitor from the landing bay, Farag began conducting him through the great vaulted halls of the palace, pointing out feature after feature. But his mind was not on the task of being a tour guide. The promise made to him by his greater demon patron recently, given to him at the same time as his chaos name, had left Farag in a state of pure exaltation. It was not long, therefore, before he began talking instead of himself. "Know, my friend, that I have lived a most eventful life, even for one of our kind," he said seriously to Qualalil as they strode. "Have you wondered at my name? Its meaning can tell you much about me. I was born on a primitive planet in the Imperium, outside of our chaos realm. Life there was dangerous. What few human beings there were knew only how to make tools and weapons of stone, and they had it hard. Among my people, one did not receive a permanent name at birth. One had to earn it as one grew to manhood. Now, the lion wolf is the most fierce animal on that planet, standing twice the height of a human, with jaws that can crush a horse. Able to outpace the fastest runner, it could take 20 armed warriors to defeat it. When I was 8 years old, one of these beasts killed my father." The reminiscence took his mind back. He was a naked boy, standing on the dusty scrubland of the world of his birth. In the sky was the looming globe of its smouldering red sun. Barely 10 paces away, the lifeless body of his father was being tossed back and forth in the jaws of a lion wolf. When the beast had come loping across the landscape towards them, they had both run for the protection of a rocky tor. But when he heard his father's stout timber spear clattering to the ground behind him, he had turned to witness the dreadful sight. The boy hesitated. While the beast devoured its prey, he could, perhaps, gain the summit of the tor and the fearsome animal might forget him. But it had killed his father. A screaming rage gripped him. He ran back and laid his hands on the spear. It was almost too heavy for him to lift, but he raised its fire-hardened point and yelled at the fearsome lion wolf for all he was worth. "You killed my father!" The creature dropped the torn, mauled body and turned its massive face towards him, sniffing the air. He could smell its shaggy coat as it came towards him to investigate. He made jabbing motions with the spear, yelling and retreating. He was at the bottom of the tor now. The lion wolf gathered itself together and leapt. The boy stood his ground, determined to gain revenge for the death of his father. He jammed the butt of the spear in the crevasse in the rock. and aimed the spear point at the jabbing jaws of the lion wolf as it sprang.
Big
The lion wolf
stretch.
had intended to bite off his head with one snap of its great teeth. Instead, the spear rammed itself down the beast's throat and bore the full impact of that huge body's momentum. Sprawled on the scrubland, the lion wolf struggled to extract the offending shaft, coughing up great gouts of blood. The boy gave it no chance to do so. On he came, pushing with all his might, pushing the spear down and down until he came within reach of those deadly claws. But by then, it was too late for the animal. The spear had entered its heart. Even so, the end was long coming. The lion wolf did not die easily. It writhed and thrashed as its lifeblood poured from its mouth, watched by the fascinated, exultant, grieving 8-year-old. So when the tribe gave me my permanent name, the Lord Commander Farag said to his guest, in my native tongue, Farag means killer, so I was known as Killer of the Lion Wolf. I have retained the first word out of respect for my original people. No other warrior had ever borne such a name, for no one else had killed a lion wolf single-handed, and probably has not, even now. A stirring tale, Lord Qualalil chirruped. When did you become conducted into the Adeptus Astartes? No more than 40 days later, a squad of Purple Star Space Marines landed near our village. They were told of my courage with the lion wolf. They tested me in every way, then took me back with them to their monastery. I served the Purple Stars for the next 20 years, learning all their ways, going on their campaigns as a scout, as a messenger, and in countless other roles. At the end of that time, I was judged fit to be transformed into a space marine. I was given the extra organs, the prognoid glands, the sacred gene seed. For 200 years I served with the Purple Stars and saw more action than I could hope to relate. Eventually, rising to the rank of company commander, I particularly distinguished myself in a raid on a Tyranid hive ship. Once again, Farag Lionwolf found his mind regressing to the far past. A squad of Purple Star Space Marines was cutting away through the shell of a vast, snail-like form, its motive power crippled by laser fire so that it had become separated from the Hive Fleet. None of them knew what to expect on the inside, and what they did find was nothing they could have expected. They were in a round tunnel, which pulsed and throbbed like a living organ, branching at irregular intervals. A huge, thumping sound was all around them, like the beating of a gigantic heart. The light was dim, blood red, and seemed to seep from out of the very walls themselves. Then, scrabbling down the tunnels, which were scarcely large enough to contain them, came the Tyranid warriors. Huge, bossed beasts, six-limbed, worse than the worst nightmare. Each head a mass of razor-sharp teeth, each front pair of limbs whirling twin swords that could cut straight through a Space Marine's armour. With horror, Farag saw his bolter shots bouncing off the Tyranid's armour, while his men were butchered around him. There was no chance of retreating to the assault craft. Then his mind flashed to the time he had fought the Lion Wolf as a boy, and he took heart at the memory. He drew his chainsword in his left gauntlet.
Nice.
Sparks flew as he parried the Tyranid bone swords as he later came to know them. This enabled him to get in close, and the muzzle of his bolter went straight between the Tyranid's mass teeth. The monster jumped, then slumped as the bolt exploded inside its body. Farag let out a laughter. He barked into his communicator. "That's the way to do it, men! That's the way to do it!" The heroic deed faded as Farag brought his mind back to the present. "The tactics I delivered on that day became standard for fighting the foul Tyranids at close quarters," he finished. He paused for a moment. "Most warriors would be satisfied with such a life, I dare say. But I was not. The Imperium began to seem too confined for me. I wanted something grander, something to give scope to my abilities. In secret, I began to study the ways of magic. I knew, of course, that there had once been a great heretical war, when fully half the original Space Marine legions took refuge in our Imperium of Chaos. I became attracted to the study of Tzeentch, and eventually, I did the unthinkable. I deserted my chapter and made my way here to devote myself to his service. He grinned. And now I am his champion, commander of 5 worlds. It has been a glorious time. I cannot begin to regale you with my adventures, or say how long I have lived. In the Eye of Terror, a day is 1,000 years, 1,000 years is but a day, and time means nothing until death comes. Your fame spreads far and wide, my lord commander. His guest cooed.
Choke the water.
And so it should, Farag made a face. Do you know, my lord Qualalil, with what contempt I was treated at first? I am a space marine of the second founding, raised after the Horus War. The Chaos Legionaries are all of the first founding. They thought themselves harder, and me as soft and weak. Well, they soon learned their mistake. Farag's hand slashed through the air. I have killed 35 traitor marines in hand-to-hand combat, 20 of them followers of Khorne, the Berserker blood god, and a dozen of those world eaters, the most feared of all. There is no greater warrior than Farag Lionwolf. His voice dropped and became more conciliatory. Forgive my boasting, my lord, but I only speak the truth. Qualalil twittered, flattering laughter. It is no boasting at all, my fellow champion. Why, you are too modest. You almost deprecate yourself. Everyone knows of your great victory at the Bowl Planet. Yes, Farag grinned. It was one of his most beloved memories, perhaps his greatest exploit since coming to the Eye of Terror. A great army had been assembled, an unholy alliance between the forces of Khorne, the blood god, and Nurgle, the great lord of disease and decay, also Tzeentch's most implacable enemy. The battle had been fought in a planet shaped like nothing so much as a shallow bowl, governed by its own special physical laws. It was, in fact, possible to fall off the rim of this bowl and into some inescapable hell. Farag had commanded a much smaller Tzeentch force. At first sight, the twin hordes looked invincible. The Khorne corps of Chaos Space Marines had drenched themselves in blood before the battle even began, butchering their own mass soldiery and driving them towards the enemy. As for the Nurgle horde, a vast, filthy chaos demon, a great unclean one, had been at its head, and he had come up with a special tactic. The million-strong army had been rotted with amoeba plague. Its soldiery were no longer separate individuals, but combined into one sticky, putrid mass, which came rolling on, engulfing everything in its path. Against all this, Farag had only the special strengths of Tzeentch, a strategy, and sorcery. It had been a battle of titanic proportions. The Bowl world had glowed and seethed with magical forces for months. But in the end, it was Farag's tactical genius that had won the day. The vile hordes of Khorne and Nurgle had been driven over the planet's rim to go toppling into eternal hellworld. Farag had gathered together what survived of the planet's original inhabitants and given them a generations-long task to erect in the middle of the bowl a monument to Tzeentch that towered above the rim itself. It was no wonder when he looked back over his life that the Changer of Ways appreciated his services. Further, was about to reward him with the greatest possible fulfillment. His greater demon patron, appearing before him in person, had informed him that he was to receive the ultimate gift. He was to become a demon prince. He would be immortal, no longer subject to death, able to live forever in the heavens of the warp. But there was still his guest. Almost reluctantly, Farag Lionwolf returned his attention to the tour of inspection. Step this way, my lord Qualalil. There is a most delightful aerial esplanade through here. They walked under an ornate archway, through which shone the lemon-coloured sky. Farag Lionwolf heard a grating sound overhead. Looking up, he saw that a block of stone had dislodged itself from the masonry and had begun to fall. In that instant, it occurred to him that perhaps this was the section of the palace upon which Qualalil had demonstrated his magic. But whether this was so or not, Farag had no time to act. The stone block struck his head with great force, knocking him unconscious. He recovered his senses in what seemed like a split second. He was standing on dusty scrubland, naked except for a rag made of woven grass tied loosely around his waist. A vast, murky red sun hovered near the horizon, producing a lurid sunset.
Stop.
A circle of a dozen men stood around him. They were all looking at him with a sort of avid expectancy. He looked back, searching one face after another, utterly bewildered. Until the change came, sweeping through his mind in an unstoppable rush. The memory of another life flooded into his mind, the life he had really lived, not the life of the surgically adapted, battle-hardened ex-space marine he had thought himself to be, or of the glory-drenched champion of Tzeentch, who, for uncounted centuries, had faithfully served his master. He was not a warrior at all. He had never left his native planet. His name was not even Killer of the Lion Wolf. He never could have earned such a name, not even as a man, let alone as a boy. He was known as Ulf Dirt Creeper, and he was acknowledged by all to be puny physically and a coward morally. But he did belong to a Tzeentch coven. He had an aptitude for lying, cheating and low cunning, for which the worshippers of the Change God found uses. Now, however, he had been found wanting. It was a small matter, really. He had been sent to murder a man in his sleep, an enemy of the coven, also his sister's husband, and he had been unable to find the courage. Now he stood condemned. Condemned to end his life as a chaos spawn. But because he had been of service in the past, Tzeentch had rendered him a final gift. In the last instances before he descended into mindlessness, he had been allowed to stand at the end of a completely different life, one of glory and power. Of course, he could not be allowed to retain the delusion to the end. That would be un-Tzeentchian. The cruel truth had to be revealed. The coven leader was intoning a formula redolent of untold power in a high-pitched voice. Ulf Dirt Creeper felt a horrid crawling sensation within him. He whimpered and flailed miserably. Despite himself, his body bent double. His hands touched the earth and became flat, flappy feet. He felt his face swelling into a round, ridiculous travesty of anything thought of as human. His mouth elongated into a long, narrow tube, not for drawing magical force out of his adversaries, but for sucking up the worms and grubs which were to be his only food from now on. The awful mutation continued, playing out before the disgusted yet fascinated gazes of his fellow cult members. Then, Ulf Dirt Creeper recalled having heard, so long ago now, another name for Tzeentch, the Great Betrayer. Sometimes, instead of the promised spiritual reward, would come the greatest betrayal of all. Not demon prince, but... A burning question seized his petrified mind in the scant moments before it descended into gibbering insanity. Who was he really? Ulf Dirt Creeper or Farag Lionwolf? Which one is true? Which one is true?
Shocking.
Thanks for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed this. Please remember to give the video a like and subscribe if you're not subscribed, and stay tuned for more. It's coming up. And if you'd like to support the channel, use the links below. Alright, thanks very much. Bye.
You got Tzeentched.
Every golf bag needs
Ads.
Let the Galaxy Burn. Narrated by a Border Prince.
Alright, there it is.
Cross the stars and hope for glory. But where the heavens' wrath,
Take your salt and hear a shipman's story. Listen to tales of the Gulf,
Red.
of stars that sing and worlds that lie beyond the ghosts of the rim. But remember, lads, there ain't no words for every void-born thing. Shipman's Labour Chant, Gothic Sector, Segmentum Obscurus. Ancient History by Andy Chambers. Nathan ran down the stinking alley, panting and sweating. He could hear shouts and a scuffle behind him as they pounced on Kendrickson. His mind raced faster than his feet across the cracked slabs. Poor old Kendrickson. Still, better him than me. He leapt over a prostrate body, almost invisible in the darkness, as the irony of the situation struck home. At least, that's the last time he'll try to get me killed. At the corner, he risked a glance back. A lone street loom cast a pool of yellow light over a scene that looked suspiciously like one from some Minnesota morality play. 4 burly, shaven-headed men in dun-coloured coveralls were hauling Kendrickson to his feet. He seemed unduly surprised, nay stunned, to be cast in the starring role of the eponymous incautious reveller, laid low by local ruffians, cultists, or worse. Surely punishment from the God Emperor for his carelessness and self-indulgence. The image was shattered when the officer stepped out from the shadows to congratulate the men on their catch. Nathan had never seen an Imperial naval officer before, but he had no doubt that he was looking at one now. Tall, poised, immaculately dressed in a tailored uniform coat and a pair of glossy black boots, which had probably never trodden the dust of the planet for more than a few hours. He would surely be a junior officer to be in charge of a gang like that, trawling through the back alleys of Juniortown to fill out some labour team aboard his ship. Junior or not, he radiated the absolute assuredness that only generations of breathing and a lifetime of training engenders. Nathan started to back away as his mind raced on. There were rumours that Imperial ships would come from Portmore to Leith, but everyone said that sort of thing when there was a war among the stars. Half the people hoped the fleet would come and save them from Sanctus knows what, while the other half were afraid that the fleet would bring the war to their doorstep.
Nice.
Nobody had ever thought that the Navy would come to steal the type of men and take them away on their ships. Men who, if only half the stories were true, would never be seen again. Kendrickson was off for a cruise, and there was nothing Nathan could do about it. He certainly didn't intend taking on a press gang single-handed. Well, said a finely cultured voice from behind him. It looks like young Ray missed one. Get him, lads. A blow struck his head. Bright stars flashed before his eyes, and he fell into waiting arms, which bore him off, even as his consciousness slipped away. Nathan woke to the sound of a voice speaking. It sounded deep, resonant, and faintly amused. He was amongst a crowd, being propped up by a stranger. The voice rolled on through his confused awakening, like martial music, proud and insistent. I could take this ship twice round the galaxy and wander the void for 100 years if the Emperor wished it. One thing would bring me back to the hallowed worlds of humanity before we'd been out for more than a year. Crew! You lucky fellows have won the chance to serve aboard one of the sector's finest ships, the Retribution. Remember that name with pride and affection, and all else should come naturally.
Nathan must have looked confused because the stranger, a thin, dark man with tired eyes, whispered to him, "It's the captain, here to welcome us aboard. Says it'll likely be the first and last time we sees him." Nathan blinked and gazed about him. A vast curving wall disappeared out of sight above them. It was pierced by arches showing a night sky speckled with stars. Halfway up it, a buttressed gallery swelled outwards, and it was from there that the captain spoke. His voice must have been amplified somehow, because a normal man's voice would have been drowned by a distant rumble which seemed to radiate from the worn stone floor they stood upon. A jolt of panic shot through Nathan as he realised they must be aboard some ship. No, an Imperial warship, he corrected himself. Even as he watched, the stars in the windows were sliding across it, almost imperceptibly. They were already underway. Nathan was inducted into a gun crew, number 6 gun of the port deck, known to his crew as Balthazar. Him, Kendrickson, the tired-eyed man who introduced himself as Fetchin, and 5 others were beaten, stripped, shaved, deloused, tattooed with their serial numbers, and issued with dun-coloured coveralls, apparently tailored so that their one size would fit no one. The gun officer for Balthazar, Lieutenant Gabriel, seemed decent enough and didn't revel in their humiliation. He and his enforcers, his armsmen, simply crushed their individuality and made it clear that they were to obey orders and cause no trouble. He was even good enough to explain to them that men were a commodity on a warship, like food or fuel or ammunition. When the ship ran out, it came to a world to resupply. Simple as that. Even before the lieutenant had finished his little speech, Nathan had hardened his resolve to escape. At the first opportunity. They were set to work in a gun room, a cavernous, hangar-like space which reeked of grease and ozone. It was part filled by cranes and gantries, but dominated by the breech of Balthazar, apparently some sort of gigantic cannon as big as a house and nested at the centre of an insane web of power coils, chains, coolant pipes, wiring, hydraulic rams, and less easily identified attachments. By the unspoken rule which applies to all new recruits, the old hands set them to work on the most mundane, laborious and unwelcome tasks in the gun room. In this, that meant long, hard work shifts, scraping off corrosion, which an old hand named Cron helpfully pointed out bloomed like weed in the moist, oxygen-rich air inside the ship. Or chipping away frozen coolant from branches of piping. They ate on the gun deck too, their food arriving on square metal trays through an aperture in the wall. Food breaks were accompanied by the arrival of the crewmen the old hands referred to as armsmen. They came through one of the 2 heavy pressure doors that led into the gun room, from the direction which Nathan had nominated as south. The armsmen wore leather harnesses over their coveralls and carried long clubs and stubby pistols or shotguns. They kept a respectful distance while the gun crew ate, but their attitude spoke of a readiness to do harm if necessary. Once the food was consumed and the trays returned to their slot, the armsmen left through the north door, presumably to perform the same, apparently pointless function in the next gun room. Again, it was Cron who explained the purpose of the armsmen's vigil to the new recruits. "They're here to make sure everyone gets their own share, lads," Cron told them. "And that nobody takes what isn't theirs." Fetchin seemed shocked. "So you can't even keep a crumb for later? Or swap some with your mate?" Cron's answering grin was an ugly sight, particularly because he, like many of the old hands, had been patched with steel over old injuries. In Cron's case, the tech priest had left him with a half skull of polished metal and set with a red glowing eye. Not unless you want a few extra lumps to nurse. No, he chortled. Seeing disbelief still written on their faces, he added more quietly, "Was a time, years ago, when we had a bad captain. He didn't keep a watch, boys. Was all right at first, the bully boys didn't take too much and no one starved. But then we were caught in a storm, between Esperance and the K-Star for months. The effort was torn apart by cross-chasers and remnants. So much that it was all the navigators could do to keep us from being lost. Pretty soon, men's hunger made them desperate, and desperate men will do terrible things." Cron closed his real eye, blocking out bad memories. Nathan had seen plenty of desperate men around Unit Town in wet season, when work was scarce or non-existent. "I've seen floors swimming with blood after fights over a husk of bread. The captain's right to keep a watch," he said. Cron looked at him curiously for a moment and then nodded. "That's right, lad. Better to be harsh now than deadly later." Food was palmed and traded and fought over anyway, but in a quiet, cautious fashion, which Nathan suspected the armsman chose to overlook. Several times he tried to speak with Kendrickson, but each time his old rival ignored him, or, if Nathan pressed him harder, fled away from him. The old hands brooked no fighting, so Nathan took it no further. He judged that the old hands were right. Punishments for fighting were liable to be swift and brutal. At the end of each work shift, the crew slept in a low bunk room beneath the gun deck. Armsmen arrived to drive them below, although they needed little persuasion to drop their tools and find their way down into the gloomy, red-lit chamber. There were no exits from the bunk room, saving the hatch which led back up to the gun room. Cleansing and purging was undertaken in ridiculously small metal cubicles off the bunk room. Nathan watched and waited, but opportunities for escape never presented themselves. Soon, work shifts and sleep shifts rolled relentlessly past until all sense of time was lost. Until there was only toil and rest from toil, and then toil renewed. It was only after the ship had left the lave system and passed into warp space that Nathan began to understand why men were a commodity. The warp made everything different somehow. Even the cavernous gun deck felt claustrophobic and oppressive, as if immense pressures existed just beyond the hull. Then the dreams had started. Nightmares which left the mind dark and full of half-formed images upon waking. Some men screamed and wept in their sleep without knowing why. Others just grew more and more introverted and silent. Fetching was one of these, and Nathan had seen a weird light coming into his eye long before it happened. It was the end of the work shift. The crew were straggling down the hatch to the bunk room, more reluctantly now that the dreams had come. Fetching was last of all, listlessly scouring at the corrosion spot long after the others had moved away. The armsmen stepped forward with hard faces, and Fetching backed away with a stooped, almost scuttling gait. Almost at the top of the ladder, Nathan stopped and turned, his mind fumbling for some encouraging words which might persuade Fetching to go below. Before he could speak, Fetching backed into another of the gun crew. The man cursed and roughly thrust Fetching away. From there, it seemed as if Fetching was possessed by devils. He pounced on the man with a snarl and bore him down. A horribly throttled gurgle escaped the thrashing pair, and Fetching rolled away, his lips and chin bloody with the ruin of the man's throat. Two men tried to pin the devil Fetching's arms, but he slipped through their grasp like an eel, raking clawed fingers across their eyes with a hysterical, wordless scream. The armsman came pelting up, and the first to reach the scene swung at Fetching's shoulder with his long club, probably aiming to break his collarbone. The blow never connected. Fetchin grasped the down-rushing arm with preternatural speed and swung the arms away with a horrible cracking, popping sound which spoke of dislocated joints.
Cat getting too cool? Here are the new Temptations lickable spoons.
And snapping bones. The madman turned suddenly and bounded towards the bunk room hatch. Men scattered as his last manic leap sent him hurtling straight at Nathan. Nathan saw the angry fire in Fetchin's eyes in the age-long instant as he leapt and felt his guts turn icy. There was not a scrap, not a hint of the mild, world-weary colleague he had come to know. All reason was lost in that glare, and Nathan was frozen in it. Suddenly, Kron was between them, so quick that Nathan didn't even see him step in the way. Kron swept the flailing arms aside and punched two stiffened fingers into Fetchin's windpipe before his feet had touched the ground. Fetchin was knocked sprawling by the impact and let out a low growl as he skidded across the deck plates. Nathan felt shocked. Kron's deadly accurate blow should have left Fetchin dead or unconscious, he felt sure. Click, clack, boom. The sound of the shot echoed around the gunroom. A frozen tableau was left in its wake. An armsman stood with shotgun levelled, smoke curling from the muzzle. Fetchin slid down the bulkhead, leaving a bloody smear, a fist-sized wedge of raw flesh and entrails blasted from his midriff. Nathan, splattered with still warm blood, not able to understand how Kron had moved so fast. The armsman drove them below with kicks and blows before another word was said. Kron was surprisingly kind and turfed out the old hand who bunked below him so that Nathan did not have to sleep beneath Fetchin's empty berth. When they were brought up for the next work shift, a scoured spot on the bulkhead was all that was left of Fetchin. Nathan woke to the sound of screaming. He lurched up with a half-strangled yelp, almost braining himself on the bottom of Kron's bunk. He stared wildly about him, gulping for breath. The oppressive red light of the bunk room still surrounded him. The cloying odour of sour sweat and grease still fought the sharp tang of coolant in the air down here. The room was quiet save for the drip of the condensers and the assurance of night noises made by 40 sleeping men. Nathan wiped a shaky hand across his eyes and peered over towards Kendrickson. If anyone had screamed, it would have been Kendrickson. He had nightmares nearly every sleep shift. They all did, but Kendrickson just couldn't take it. Perhaps he had a guilty conscience, or perhaps he was just some dumb thief who was completely terrified by being shut up in one of the Emperor's warships. But Kendrickson's bunk was empty. He must have gone to relieve himself. The scream came again, but it was tiny and distant, carried along by the conduits from another bunk room. Pity the poor devils in there, thought Nathan. Every one of them wide awake and praying the screaming would go berserk and start clawing and biting at them. That he didn't turn into a wild beast like Fetchin had. Nathan lay back in the narrow bunk and tried to recapture sleep. He tried to imagine all the other shipmen doing the same. Start with this gun deck. Kron had told him there were 40 guns with 40 guns each. That's 1,600. Another gun deck on the other side for 3,200. Then there were the lance turrets, port and starboard. Nobody seemed to know just how big the crews for those beasts were. Call it another 1,600 apiece. This was working well. His eyelids were drooping. That was 6,500 souls, give or take. The Torps probably had a crew much bigger than a single gun, but less than a whole deck. Maybe 1,000. That made 7,500. Engines must be at least 2,000 or 3,000 more. A rasping cough snapped him back to full wakefulness. A bittersweet cloud of smoke was drifting down from the bunk above. Nathan sighed. Cron. It was always Cron. Ain't sleeping too good? No, bad dreams, Nathan replied. Cron was the oldest hand on the gun deck. Even Lieutenant Gabriel listened to him sometimes, so he'd often pay attention too. Really? Not like fetching, I hope. It was a statement or a cruel joke, not a question. Nathan decided to take it as a joke and chuckled quietly. No, not like fetching, he said. Just more dreams of the ship. Cron quietly, and another cloud of smoke wafted downwards. The feeble breath of the recyclers apparently insufficient to even pull it up and away. It's lucky to dream of the ship, Cron said. His voice sounded a little wistful to Nathan, as though Cron were talking to himself. I used to dream of it a lot when I was young. Nathan wouldn't like to have to guess Cron's years. Apparently age varied so much from one world to another that it was a long time at best. Take into account all the warp time Cron must have had, and Nathan would be naming a figure somewhere between 60 and 300. In the time it took him to think that, a slivering sound came from above, and suddenly Cron was there, pipe in hand, right beside Nathan's bunk. The red light turned his polished skull with its sharp nose and glowing eye into a gargoyle's head. His living eye twinkled. Come walk with me, young Nathan. Let's go up on the deck. Nathan sat up and wearily eased himself out of the bunk. What about the armsman? Nathan asked. Cron just snorted and started to pick his way, soft as a cat, to the hatch. The gunroom was dark, its spars and columns rearing up with cathedral-like splendour into a gloom broken only by the jewel-like gleam of ready lights and power indicators. They edged around to the far side of Balthazar over snaking cables, Cron sure-footed and Nathan trailing behind. As they rounded one of the pillars, Nathan froze as he heard a squeak of oiled leather. Cron stepped on and virtually walked into an armsman. The armsman brought up a torch and snapped it on, a little too quickly and awkwardly to have been lying in wait for them. Nathan slipped back around the pillar and out of sight, so he didn't hear what was said, but after a few muttered words, the armsman swung away, whistling a little ditty and heading for the far end of the gunroom. You can come out now, lad, Cron called. Old Leopold won't bother us. Nathan came forward. I'd thought they would never stoop to fraternising with gunners, the armsmen I mean, he said. Not while the others are about. But come sleep shift, they'll trade and talk like anyone else. They're crew just like us. Just trusted enough to bear arms all the time. Cron seated himself on a stanchion and gestured expressively to another. Nathan took a first glance around before wearily sitting also. Cron gazed at him steadily while he got out his pipe again. So what's your story, young Nathan? He asked. I don't have a story, Nathan replied carefully. If this is about Kendrickson, my business is with him alone, and I'll thank you not to intrude. That earned an arched eyebrow, and Nathan suddenly felt he was mistaken. Cron hadn't brought him up here to find out what was going on between him and Kendrickson. No, Cron said. I mean, tell a story. That's how it's done among shipmen. When we want to really talk, we tells a story. That way we can tell our secrets without saying them right out so others might hear. When Cron said that, he looked meaningfully at the outer hull plates, which Nathan can see from here were covered with writings, layered one over the other, marching lines of faded Gothic script, which continued up and out of sight towards the ceiling. A sudden chill crept down Nathan's spine. He was sure he heard a vague creak of metal up at the north end of the gunroom. "What do you mean? What others?" he hissed. Kron raised a hand to stop him. "That's just what I mean. Let me tell you a story about how mankind got among the stars. A tale of ancient times." Kron began to speak clearly and surely, without the customary drawls and breaks in his speech. It was almost as if he were reading from a book, or reciting a tale told many, many times before. "Once, long ago, man lived on just one island. The broad oceans surrounded him, and he believed himself alone. In time, man's stature grew, and he caught sight of other islands far off across the deep ocean. Since he had seen everything on his island, climbed every peak, looked under every stone, he became curious about the other islands and tried to reach them. He soon found the oceans too deep and called for him to get far, not nearly 100th of the way to the next island. So man returned and put his hand to other things for an age. But in time, food and water and air ran short on man's island, and he looked to the far islands again. Because he could not bear the cold of the ocean deeps, he fashioned men of stone to go in his place. And the stone men fashioned men of steel to become their hands and eyes. And the stone men went forth with their servants and swam in the deep oceans. They found many strange things on the far islands, but none as strange or as wicked as the things that swam in the depths between them. Ancient hungry things, older than man himself. But these beasts of the deep hungered for the true life of man, not the half-life of stone. So the stone men swam unmolested. At first, all was well, and the men of stone planted man's seed on many islands. And in time, man learned to travel the oceans himself, hiding in stone ships to keep out the cold and the hunger of the beasts. All was well, and man spread to many islands far across the ocean, such that some even forgot how they came to be there, and that they ever came from just one island at all. Kron's tale wound on, telling of how the stone men became estranged from humanity by their journeys through the void. This led to a time of strife, when the men of steel turned against their stone masters, and mankind was riven asunder by wars. 1,000 worlds were scoured by the ancient terrible weapons of those days, before the men of stone were overthrown, and 1,000,000 more burned as flesh fought steel. Worst of all, the beasts arose and were worshipped as gods by the survivors. Once proud and mighty, man was reduced to a rabble of grovelling slaves. Finally, one came who freed man from his shackles and showed him a new way to reach for the stars. This path was forged from neither stone nor steel, but simple faith. Faith guarded man from the beasts of the void, as steel or stone could never do. Nathan came to himself with a start. Kron's sonorous voice had lulled him into a strange, half-dreaming state. He looked back at the wall and its inscrutable scripture. Faith. Faith kept the beasts at bay. Beasts that turned men into creatures like fetching. Each line of script covering the wall was a prayer to the God Emperor for protection. Centuries of devotion layered like stratified rock to keep whatever was out there. Out there. He could feel Cron's expectant gaze upon him, the red eye burning like a ruby star in the gloom. Nathan uncomfortably tried to ignore the scratching noises he thought he heard coming from the gloom. Just nerves, he told himself. Or rats, of course. Still, no harm in watching the shadows. I don't know many tales, Nathan hedged, trying to recall one about the Emperor or the Great Crusade. He felt Cron's tale must be a parable of ancient times, set before the Crusades. They were spoken of only through the preachings of the ecclesiarchy. In the Lath system, a legendary time of righteousness and purity recalled in the Ministerum's most reverential sermons, usually as a comparison to the immorality and irreverence of modern times. Tell us about you and Jon Kendrickson then, Cron prompted. Inwardly, Nathan cringed, but he sensed that Cron would be a big help to his chances of survival, let alone escape. And he had told a tale first. Wearily, Nathan began. Me and Kendrickson don't go back far, but in the short time I've known him, I've decided that I need to kill him. My youthful prospects were not exceptionally good. Truthfully, they were much given over to petty crime and associations with undesirables. However, thanks to Kendrickson, I am now an unwilling recruit in the Emperor's Navy. That appears to mean lifetime incarceration in a steel cube 20 paces across until death by insane shipmate, starvation, disease, or enemy action intercedes. This wasn't my first choice in life. Nathan stood suddenly. There was no doubt about it now. Someone or something was creeping towards them as stealthily as it or they could manage. He gently lifted a steel hook bar from the deck and held it ready. Cron, seeing his look and actions, similarly armed himself with a long spanner. All the while Nathan kept talking so as not to alert their stalkers. He told Cron about how he and Kendrickson had both served on the Pandora, an aging lugger hauling ore and oxygen between the outer mines of Leith. He even told him about how they had both actually been in the pay of a businessman dedicated to transporting goods of a rare, valuable and illegal nature with no questions asked. Nathan had just got to their last voyage on the Pandora and how Kendrickson had sold him out to the pirates when their skulking stalkers attacked. They came out of the shadows in a rush, 3 pale shapes and 1 dun-coloured one. Nathan made a 2-handed swing at the first to reach him. The steel hook bar caught it on the side of the head with a meaty crack, and it dropped as if poleaxed. It was a man, pale, near naked, with a matted beard and bloodied shock of hair. A second leapt forward, jagged blade swinging, while Nathan was still recovering from his initial blow. He managed an awkward parry with the hook bar, and the man pulled his blade back for another hack. Nathan followed through with his block and crashed the end of the hook bar into the wild man's elbow, making him yell and drop the blade. The third dove in between them and drove Nathan back with a flurry of blows. He blocked a few strikes with the ungainly bar, but gave ground and almost stumbled on a trailing pipe. In desperation, he ducked under the cable conduit as his assailant made an overhead cut. The blade sliced into the shock lines and a shower of fat sparks. The man convulsed, and his face clamped into a rictus grin of agony as current flowed remorselessly between the blade, the deck, and through him. As Nathan dashed past him, he was starting to smoulder, the blade glowing orange in his death grip. The second man had retrieved his blade and made as if to strike as Nathan ran up, But the superior reach of the hook bar finally paid off. Nathan slammed it bodily into his ribs. The momentum of his charge skewered the man on its cruel head, splintering ribs and ripping open a gouting wound. Nathan abandoned the wedge bar and plucked the blade out of the man's fingers, giving thanks that his enemies seemed disorientated and slow, as if they were half-starved or dim-witted. Nathan sprang forward towards the last foe, a figure in shipman's coveralls, bending over the prone body of Kron. Nathan's nape hairs prickled as the man lurched up. Blue witch flame writhed about his limbs like angry snakes, and sparks poured from its fingertips. By some reflex, Nathan ducked away from a hissing bolt of energy, which lashed out from an outstretched hand. It still caught him across the left shoulder and sent fiery needles of agony lancing into his very bones. If he could have shouted in agony, he would have, but his lips only parted in a soundless gasp as a wave of numbness washed through him. Nathan fell to his knees on the deck and fought his unresponding body as it dragged him down. The figure stepped closer. Through blurring eyes, Nathan could see the complex weaving of tattoos beneath his skin, glowing through it with lightning brightness. Even the coveralls were rendered translucent by that glare, and bones stood out coal black as he raised a spectral hand in a gesture full of menace. With his final ounce of strength, he struck back at his foe the only way he could, hurling the blade stiff-armed as he slid to the deck. Before he blacked out, he felt a thunderclap of pressure and a wave of heat before blackness closed over him. Nathan's eyes flickered open. He pulled himself up to a sitting position and retched. Only moments had passed. Smoke was still rising from the corpse beside him, and the sweet stench of cooked flesh hung in the air. A thrown blade protruded from the corpse's larynx, and Nathan knew he should never gamble again after fluking that shot. But despite the blade, the massive burns across the body looked like they had been just as fatal. Vagrant flickers of static still trailed along rigor-stretched limbs. Nathan mustered his courage and stared into the blackened face. It was Kendrickson, patently no mere smuggler after all. He stepped well clear of the corpse as he staggered groggily to where Kron lay. Faint breath sighed from Kron's lips, and the burns on his body didn't look fatal. Nathan paused at this, his head throbbing and mouth dry with fear, and considered how he might be able to judge such a thing given his lack of experience. Regardless, he could not simply leave Kron lying insensible, so he decided to follow his instincts and attempt to revive him somehow. By shaking him and calling Kron's name, Nathan was soon rewarded with a moaning and stirring. Seconds later, Kron's real eye flickered open. His red gem eye remained dim. Where am I? He whispered with trembling lips. On the gun deck, Nathan replied. There was a fight. He broke off. Kron had raised his hands and was touching his metal half-skull and dim jewel eye. It's still on me, he suddenly yelped. Get it off before it can crash start. Nathan stood in shock. Kron's voice was different and he was starting to thrash around in a most un-Kron-like fashion. Nathan snatched for his wrist in fear that he might injure himself, and the strange voice grew shrill with panic. No, don't let it take me! Don't let it! Kron's new voice trailed away and his body slackened in Nathan's grip. As Nathan lowered him gently to the deck, he noticed Kron's jewel eye was flickering back to life. Aye, Nathan, Kron said, his voice normal. Lost my way there for a sec. You were about to tell me how you escaped from the pirates. Nathan stared at him. Kron seemed to have no recollection of the fight or his bizarre behaviour. Nathan squatted down, watching Kron carefully as he slowly looked about, taking in the carnage around him. There was a fight, Nathan explained again. Kendrickson and some new friends tried to kill us. Well, perhaps just kill me and capture you. Kron stood with no apparent signs of pain or weakness and walked over to Kendrickson's corpse, where he bent down and retrieved the half-melted spear. I struck him with this, he told Nathan. I didn't realise he was illuminating. Kron fell silent, staring down at Nathan with that red, cyclopean eye for a long, long minute. Nathan had a greasy feeling of fear in his stomach as he gazed back. Kron was obviously not entirely whole or sane. He had called Kendrickson illuminating, a word which stirred disturbing memories in Nathan's mind. It might be best not to remind Kron of his equally disturbing words and actions. Better now to find out about the Luminin, Kendrickson and his allies. Kron was holding Kendrickson's scorched head in his hands now. Why do you think they were out to catch poor Kron? The old man asked. Kron turned away to hide the act, but his hands still made an ugly cracking noise as they crushed Kendrickson's skull. I have absolutely no idea who they are, Nathan snapped. Let alone what they wanted with you. Kendrickson was, I don't know, possessed? What is illuminating? Kron clicked his tongue a few times, a curiously mechanical sound like that of the Pandora's clattering old logic engine. Before he could reply, there was a flicker of lights at the south end of the gunroom. Echoing shouts followed. Kron turned and scurried towards the north end without a word. After a second's indecision, Nathan followed, struggling to keep sight of Kron's disappearing back while not tripping on a cable or cracking his head on a stanchion. He caught up with Kron as he bent over a thick pipe in a shadowed corner beside the script-marked outer wall. The pipe was made of many rings of metal, half the height of a man. Kron pulled apart two of the rings and slipped inside, turning to hold the rings apart and jerking his head for Nathan to follow. He ducked within, realising as the rings cracked back into place that he had heard the same noise before Kendrickson and his allies had attacked. They belly crawled along the pipe in silence, the way lit only by Kron's cyclopean eye. Bundles of wires ran along the bottom of the pipe, most filthy and blackened, but some more recent. Their bright colours encarmined by Kron's unflinching gaze. Dozens of dog-eared labels clung precariously to the different bundles. Many were torn off or unreadable. Others bore legends such as LWF Diff, AAZ/380, or AR.Control 126.13 kilowatt in careful Gothic script. The pipe gave out into a black crack, chasm deep, with cables spilling off into its depths like a frozen waterfall.
Oh, of course.
Kron led Nathan onto a short bridge of pipes that crossed to the other wall, which was splotched with bright blobs of enormous silver, like soldering marks. At the far side, Nathan stopped, unnerved by Kron's continuing silence and the cold, lightless spaces he was being led into.
Big stretch.
Time for some answers. Kron, he whispered, where are we? And where do you think you're taking me? Kron turned to face him before replying. She's an old ship, lad. She fought and sailed the void for nigh 18 centuries in the Emperor's fleet. And before that, she slept in the Hook for another 20. That's where I... Cron clamped his mouth shut, and his eye blazed. He gazed around wearily before speaking again. We're between the hull plates. Yon weld marks are from where she took a salvo in the flank during the assault on Transcentia. And where are we going? Somewhere that's safe, where we can hide till the armsmen finish their search. Hide and talk in peace. Won't the armsmen follow us down here? Nay, lad. We out a fully armed servitor crew and a tech priest. They could near use their guns for fear of cracking something, Cron said. And where is this sanctuary of yours? Not 10 strides yonder, Cron pointed. Nathan took a long, hard look at the narrow ledge of rotting cables that ran along the wall from the end of the pipe bridge. His burnt and aching body already throbbed from the efforts he had forced it through after the fight. Now as the flush of adrenaline left him and the icy chill in the air replaced it, he doubted his arms and legs could carry him on such a precarious path. He hesitated and swayed involuntarily on the bridge, which suddenly seemed rather precarious in itself now he came to think about it. Cron, I don't think... Too late, the old man was swinging off along the ledge with the agility of a monkey. With him, the wan red light that served as the only illumination was vanishing fast. Nathan hesitated only a moment before a hot flush of anger drove him forward onto the ledge. He'd be damned if he would let this walking enigma disguised as an old man abandon him in the dark and potentially more of Kendrickson's feral alloys. He grasped a shoulder-high seam of wiring, pulled himself firmly over to get a foot on the cabling, trusting his weight to it as he pulled his other foot into place. Bloody-minded determination hauled him along 3 paces of the ledge. He made 2 more with his heart in his mouth and fingers fumbling blindly for purchase on the wires before his foot slipped off the cables. His body swung out alarmingly, and only his recently gained handholds on the wiring seam stopped him pitching off the treacherous ledge. He desperately scrambled to get his foot back on it. His hands were as weak as water, and his heart was thumping so hard his arms quivered. After a few seconds of naked terror, he got his foot back on and hugged himself to the wall, teetering as his legs shook. He couldn't let go of the wiring now. His legs were too weak to trust, and his arms couldn't hold his weight for much longer. He couldn't go forward, he couldn't go back. Every iota of his strength was necessary just to hold him where he was, with the blackness below sucking at his remaining scraps of vigour. Nathan clutched closer still to the wall and plucked up his courage, carefully shuffling 1 foot along the cabling. He shifted some weight to it and shakily drew the other foot closer. With a supreme effort of will, he unhooked one hand from the wires and reached out to grasp them further along. Then he rested and sweated before shuffling his foot forward again. So he went for the remaining 5 paces. Slide, grip, shuffle, rest, slide, grip, shuffle, rest, slide, grip. Nathan almost fell into the opening when he came to it. The horrible sensation that he might fall off just as he pulled himself to safety was almost overwhelming. Once inside the opening, he sat trembling for only a moment before summoning the energy to crawl further away from the edge. The interior of the narrow space looked like the choir stall of some Ministorum chapel. Narrow seats crammed along either wall beneath Gothic arches of tubular metal. At the far end, a porthole of stained glass was lit fitfully from behind by swirling colours. Cron stood silhouetted against the glass. He turned to face Nathan, and pressure doors rolled shut behind him, shutting the dank breath of the crevasse outside. Well done, lad. I was thinking you weren't going to make it. His voice sounded as smooth and calming as the raspy little goblin could make it. What the hell did you leave me alone out there for? Nathan demanded. To see if you are as tough as you think you are. Oh really? And do I pass muster? I'll be needing to hear the end of your story to know. That's got something to do with this? Come on, lad. I can tell by the look in your eyes that you don't think that's true. Coincidence is just a name that fools use for events they don't understand. Nathan blinked as Kron gave a mental shrug. What harm could it do to finish the story if it gave Kron one less thing to be evasive about? All right, but then you better give me some answers or I'll crawl right back out of here and tell it to the armsman. As I said, I opened the inner hatch to the cargo bay. Once it was open, I overrode the outer hatch controls and hung on tight. I knew the drums in the bay were badly secured because me and Kendrickson had been too busy watching each other to make a decent job of it. The outer hatch blowing was enough to break them free and dump them into the void, between the Pandora and the pirates. I was almost crushed by the stampede of metal cylinders, but by the Emperor's grace and a strong grip, I was able to keep a hold and stayed on the ship instead of being flung out among the cartwheeling drums outside. A few seconds later, the first drum connected with the docking thrusters of the pirate ship. I'd been playing for time, just hoping to upset their approach, but the drums were filled with liquid oxygen. The touch of the thrusters was enough to make them explode like bombs. Dozens of the cylinders exploded in slow motion, the tendrils of fire reaching back further into the clouds and detonating the rest. The escalation scared me badly, and I hauled myself within the inner hatch and closed it in an instant before the expanding bubble of flames washed across the Pandora. The deck bucked and a handful of drums, which had not escaped with their fellows, rolled round and clashed angrily. In a second the shockwave had passed and I looked out of the hatch to see the pirate ship spiralling off, fires clinging to it and debris leaking from it like a blood trail. I went forward and up to the bridge where that slob, Captain Larg, was defecating his breeches. Larg claimed that Kendrickson had held him at gunpoint and forced him to cut the engines and wait for the other ship. Minutes before the explosion, Kendrickson had taken a raft and left the ship. Naturally, he had taken all of the archaeotech we had been smuggling with him. I was surprised when I heard Kendrickson had been seen in Junittown on Leith. I'd thought he was dead or long gone. I knew I could pick up a bounty for his head, so I went hunting for him in the back alleys, which is home turf for me. But both me and Kendrickson were seized by men from the Retribution, and this is how I began my new career in the Imperial Navy. You never actually knew Kendrickson? Kron asked softly. No, I knew him, worked with him, but he avoided me and most people from what I heard. He was a guy so weird, he didn't even have a nickname. He was just Kendrickson. And that said it all. Alright, I've told you my tale, now it's time for you to give me some answers. No stories, just tell me the truth. Who were those men with Kendrickson? Nathan glanced at Kron, daring him not to answer, to push him over the edge into screaming fury. Them's muties. Shipmen that spent too long sailing the void and lost their faith. The beast songs in their heart now, and they live like lice on the innards of the ship. Sometimes they'll even grab compartments and feast on the poor ship boys if they can. Once in a century, the captain will put the ship into port and flush her guts with poison to clear him out. But tween times, there's always muties in the crossways and trunks. Seeing as we're in a big war right now, there's more than ever, and they'll be looking to call the beasts aboard all the time. Invite them in, as it were. Out there's whole squadrons who succumb to beasts in men's arts in past times. Ones, I reckon, will be fighting soon enough. Kendrickson probably pretended he was possessed to scare him into obeying him. The pirate ship you saw, did it have a mark on it? A rune or a sigil? Yes, it did. Most do. I don't see. Did you see it well enough to know it again? Yes, but I'm asking the questions now. Nathan had recovered enough energy to stand and hold himself up to face Kron. What's a luminin? I asked you before and you didn't answer, but now you're going to tell me. What made Kendrickson a luminin? And how did that give him lightning in his veins and the power to melt steel like wax? Nathan took a step closer, looming over Kron in the narrow space. Tell me. Kron grinned up at him before turning and pointing at the stained glass. I bet your pirate symbol looked like that. Nathan gaped. The intricate geometric design of the window centered around a central icon. A halo of gold with rays so short and square that they looked like crenellations on a castle wall. In the center was a grinning skull, picked out in loving detail with strands of platinum wire and swirls of crushed diamond. He snapped his gaze back to Kron. What does it mean? It answers both our questions, lad. Kendrickson and yon pirates came from the same place. They made him a luminin, took him and made crystal stacks of his bones and electrographs of his brain. Gave him skin plants and electus so he could summon lightning and channel it and much more. He was a war child and the machine god. What the uninitiated call an electro priest. Though not 1 in 100 can hide his power and look like a normal man like he did. The machine god? You mean the tech priest of Mars, don't you? The Adeptus Mechanicus? Kron nodded solemnly, and Nathan suffered a painful insight into the awesome power that organizations wielded within the all-powerful Imperium. Tech priests ministered to machines and engines on every civilized world, every interstellar ship. The Navy might manage ships, but the tech priests ran them. Their prayers and runes brought life to cold dead metal, and their forge worlds produced weapons in their billions for the Emperor's eternal war against aliens, heretics, and traitors. In theory, at least, killing Kendrickson made him one of the latter. A sobering thought indeed. All right then, what's this place? Those look like shuttle controls. Am I right in presuming that it's an escape pod of some sort? Aye, lad, a cutter. Good for a planetary op if you don't mind waiting, as she's a bit slow. Given what I've just heard, I'd jump ship now if we weren't in the warp. Death by fulguration if they catch you, Kron muttered with an honest-looking shudder. Well, we can't go back. If they find out who Kendrickson was and who killed him, I'd wager they'll come up with something even more unpleasant. Nay, lad. If anyone knew who Kendrickson was, he wouldn't have been in the gun room. Tech priests only come to repair battle damage and such. So Kendrickson was originally out to get back the archaeotech for the tech priests and got press ganged accidentally. But why didn't he tell the Navy who he was? They would have let him go for sure. Many times a servant or the Emperor bury their real selves behind false memgrams and such. Makes them hard to ferret out, even with soul seers. Their real purposes run in the background, watching the puppet show through the eyes and ears until they're in a position to accomplish their mission. Then they become a whole different person. The Luminin part was just standing by for orders, but it must have decided that you needed killing to keep its past buried. Kron let that sink in for a second before passing judgment on the matter. No one will know we did it for him if we get back there before roll call. Except Leopold, maybe. And he ain't gonna say for fear of being called derelicts. Nathan was safe as long as Kron didn't rat on him, but he had a feeling that Kron was happy to keep their secrets for the time being. They were partners in crime. I'm willing to bet that there's another way back into the crew quarters without crossing the gun room. Kron grinned. Haj? Ezia? Kendrickson? The sergeant-at-arms leapt over and whispered something to Lieutenant Gabriel, who paused over the great ledger he had open before him.
Dang, books are gone.
Nathan swallowed hard. This was where Kron's theory came to the crunch. Getting back from the cutter had been easier than he had hoped. A narrow culvert led back from the crevasse into the cubicles by the bunk room. Nathan had carefully memorised every twist of the trunking and was determined to go back and familiarise himself further with the very next sleep shift. But for now, he must see whether the Angel of Retribution was at Kendrickson's side or not. Lieutenant Gabriel gazed at the assembled company, eyes blinking as if he was struggling to recall Kendrickson's face. He turned and murmured a question to the sergeant, who shook his head curtly in response. Gabriel made a small mark in the ledger and continued. Crate, Carmoth. Roll call held an additional pleasant surprise. When Lieutenant Gabriel assigned the duty roster, Nathan found himself placed on the Opticon crew. His momentary puzzlement was soon answered when it became clear that he was to be Cron's apprentice. He stole a look at the old man, who had looked blandly innocent, of course, and made a mental note of the apparent influence he could wield. Nathan wondered what the role of apprentice entailed, and for that matter, what the Opticon was. A dim memory floated forward that the Opticon was involved in observation outside the ship. He certainly knew that the Opticon crew usually worked high up on the main gantries, above Balthazar's breach, on what amounted to an extra half-deck, a good 12 metres up, spiral steps of skeletal ironwork. Whatever the duties, they could scarcely be as onerous and repetitive as the labours he was tasked with at present. As he ascended, he could see other members of the gun crew moving to repair the damage he and Cron had caused in their desperate fight. The bodies were gone, but charred cabling and slashed conduits were visible. Nathan wondered grimly how often they had repaired such damage without knowing its cause. The adage that ignorance is bliss seemed to dominate shipboard life, but with good cause if what Cron had said about the muties was true. The grim pressures of the warp travel became all...
They go great with cream cheese, peanut butter, bananas, avocado.
Delicious.
Quaker, the rice thing to do.
all the more nightmarish with the thought that there were malevolent entities clustered beyond the hull.
Oh, big
Beasts
stretch.
that thirst for human lives and souls, whose subconscious calls drove men mad. Nathan suddenly stopped climbing the steps as the thought struck him that he was going to help Cron observe those beasts and the Empyrean, the alternate dimension that they swam in. The curses of the men behind him move on, accompanied by a perverse desire to see the sinister beasts. He had mixed feelings when he reached the raised deck and saw a row of 5 shuttered arches lining the hull wall. There were 10 in the Opticon crew, and the burly rating named Isaiah placed 2 men at each shutter. At first, Nathan and Cron busied themselves greasing the shutter runners and cogs at its head and foot. After a quarter watch or so, Isaiah received a message from the comm box he carried and relayed an order to raise the shutters.
Oh.
Cron smartly threw a lever, and the shutter rose smoothly up to reveal an expanse of black glass, which rose higher than his head and as wide as his outstretched arms. As Nathan glanced around at the other crew, he noted a sense of nervous anticipation behind their actions, as if raising the shutters was an act of hidden significance. Nathan was still gazing expectantly at the black glass when the scream of a siren shook him rigid. The titanic blast of noise seemed to make the very deck plates tremble, and was followed by a booming voice which rang like the word of the God Emperor. "Alert stations, all stations!" Cron turned and ran for a set of lockers at the side of the Opticon chamber, hotly pursued by the rest of the crew. The men started pulling on pressure suits, which Cron dragged from the lockers. The significance of the situation was becoming readily apparent to Nathan by now. They were going into battle very soon. Those ridiculously cumbersome-looking heavy, rubberized pressure suits and thick, bowled helmets could be all that stood between them and the void. To his surprise, Nathan managed to finish clamping himself into a suit before anyone else. The helmet locked down onto a broad ring across the shoulders of the suit, but had a vision made up of different layers, the last of which was little more than a slit in the armoured plate. He slid back all the layers and saw Kron had done the same. Nathan felt relieved that he wouldn't have to breathe the stale, sweaty air inside the suit just yet. "How long does this oxygen last?" he asked Kron, tapping the dented brass cylinder plumped into the side of the suit's chest. "A watch or so for something as big as you." "Just 8 hours. They don't want us to get any ideas about wandering off, do they?" "You can always get more air on the ship, and if you part company with the ship and you're not picked up, they wouldn't be able to find you anyway. You'd be drifted too far into the void." "All right, what do..." The deck lurched beneath their feet, and there was a sickening sensation of falling for a second. Asaya shouted at him to get to their stations. Nathan nodded that the rating now bore a pistol and what looked suspiciously like a shock maul, and sprang to his post as best as the heavy suit's boots would allow. The monolithic siren blasted twice. A commanding voice spoke. "Battle stations, brace for impact." The deck shuddered and dropped again. This time the falling was longer. Nathan slid the visor down, grabbed a stanchion and braced his legs. He felt sick and hollow. The suit was stifling. He fought an urge to tear the helmet off and scream his lungs out. An insistent, intellectual part of his brain kept telling him to be calm and that the ship was simply preparing itself and surging majestically into battle. But the animal instinct of his body felt every jar and shake as an infernal choir of death screams. The ship lurched and fell again. This time Nathan actually felt his feet leave the floor. He felt as though part of him was being torn away. All the roiling emotion in his body began coalescing into a tearing sense of dislocation. A tangible shock ran along the length of the ship, and Nathan realised they had left warp space. The black glass of the Opticon flashed white and then cleared to show a scene of awesome beauty. A night sky bisected by titanic thunderheads of cloud reared above a fiery sunset. Static lightning cobwebbed the depths and climbed up to blush the clouds with purple. Stars stood out sharp and clear, their own fires made to seem cold by their distance. "The void never looked so beautiful or terrible before," Nathan whispered. His fear drained away by the majesty of it all. Kron's voice crackled in his earpiece. "That's right, lad. 'Cause through this glass you see as the ship does. Heat, light, magnetism, radiance, and etherics are all clear to her." Kron slid out a large circular lens which was attached to the window frame by a system of brass rods and runners. The thick frame of the lens held 2 number counters and 2 raised icons. Kron expertly tracked it across the surface of the window. The numbered wheels of the counter span in response, one horizontal, one vertical. The ship shuddered again, and Nathan swayed against the window, his helmet ringing off the unyielding surface alarmingly. The sensation of almost being pitched out into the void was enough to make his palms sweat inside the cursedly thick gloves. As he straightened up, Asaya was barking orders to the crew to search different coordinates. Kron slid the lens across until the metricolators showed 238.00 by 130.00. Their search area. At that point, the lens resolved a dark area which had shown occasional vagrant twinklings into an asteroid field. Rolling mountains of stone lit by the stars very light. "What are you looking for, Kron? Just rocks?" Nathan asked with shaky levity. The old man was tracking the lens back and forth across the field with deft, economical movements. Each time he reached its periphery, he depressed one of the runes, and the tumbling stones shown in the lens were outlined in red, with strings of numbers showing speed and distance, which remained in the glass after the lens slid away. "Anything that might show us where the fools are lurking? A glint here or a bloom of heat there?" Kron never took his eye from the lens when he spoke. Nathan slid back his topmost armoured visor so that he could see better. "You mean engine heat trails like those?" he stated, pointing to a set of needle-thin arcs that shimmered near the edge of the field. Contact! Mark 240 by 137! Kron roared. Isaiah shouting it back, word for word over the crackling comm. The lens now showed broad, vaporous trails of red which curved back around the furthest asteroid. There looked to be four to Nathan, although they were already merging and dissipating. They're closing in, lad. I can smell it. Kron tracked the lens along the trails and cursed as they disappeared behind a glowing streamer of dust. Moments later, an incandescent spearhead of heat blossomed out of the cloud. Dust and lightning rolled off it in plumes as the lenses starkly announced it as enemy vessel, class unknown, 51000, closing. A burst of activity on the deck below drew Nathan's attention. Through the grille floor, he could see Balthazar's breech had been swung open and the gunners were hurling flat packs covered in short spikes into the open moor. Even through his thick suit, he could hear the gunners' cheers as they slammed the sub-munitions home. On the lens, light and shadow now etched out the enemy, showed the silhouettes of their crenelated battlements and barred buttresses as the spearhead rolled a beam on the white-hot slabs of myriad thrusters. Grand Cruiser, the display read. Repulsive class. A ripple of seared flame geysered from the Repulsive's flank as she completed the turn, and a storm of black specks arrowed towards them. Nathan gasped in horror as a heartbeat later the specks started to explode in gouts of flame. At first they looked distant, small puffs of colour against the void. But the projectiles kept coming, surging forward through the fiery chains to detonate in turn. In moments, their view of the enemy was obscured by a firestorm which rippled ever closer. The flames filled every window in the Opticon by the time Nathan slammed his visor fully shut. The Repulsive salvo crashed down on the ship itself with hurricane force. Nathan staggered as the deck rolled beneath him and a mighty rushing wind roared beyond the hull. A lash of dazzling purple light blazed through the glass, cutting the incendiary cloud like elemental lightning. It was gone in an instant before it returned in a retina-burning sweep which slammed into the ship with bone-jarring impact. Nathan's spine crawled with the sensation of unseen energies straining and crackling before a rush of scorching heat washed over him. At last he was glad of the suit's compass and protection, though even with it he felt as though he had been suddenly cast into a great oven. The heat was a palpable thing, pushing down on him like a great hand and burning his throat as he tried to breathe. Nathan saw several of the Opticon crew collapse into pathetic heaps, one with flames licking about him. After what seemed like hours, it can only have been seconds of heart-stopping fear, the burning suddenly stopped, leaving a horrible tang of smouldering rubber inside his helmet. Sirens blasted, and an almighty voice boomed over the chaos. Port weapons, prepare to lock on. Target mark 269 by 160. Iron discipline drove the shipmen to their task. That and the grim instinct that to live they must fight to win. The ship had been wounded, but it could still fight back. Fires were doused, the dead and injured dragged away. The firestorm was lessening, and a moment later the decks ceased to rattle as the ship finally burst clear of the enemy's salvo pattern. Kron's breath rasped in Nathan's earpiece as they slid the lens back over the Grand Cruiser contact. The retribution was coming across the enemy's bow, and the matriculator's count showed the enemy as closing. Lock on! Kron activated the second rune on the lens frame. A stylized cog, superimposed by the Imperial Eagle, sprang into existence within the lens. But the runners seemed to be jammed, and Nathan had to help him drag the device over the target contact. The lens showed the ornate spearhead foreshortening into a shark-fin ziggurat of bronze as they pulled across the front of her. Where the iron rested, the hull of the Grand Cruiser was illuminated as if by a ghostly radiance which played over shimmering walls of force. Fire main batteries! The lights dimmed for a moment as capacitors charged, and then the ship resounded with the clamour of guns. Nathan felt the pressure of unseen forces hit him like a slap as 40 guns hurled their payloads across the void. A moment later, he saw the spreading cloud of projectile cleaving towards the enemy. No spreading storms of fire this time. The munitions detonated right beneath the enemy's prow. Invisible walls fell beneath the onslaught, and a rain of destruction crashed across the battlements of the Ziggurat fortress. Debris halos puffed from it like smoke rings. Fire main lance arrays! Ravening white spears of pure power stabbed at the foe, tearing red glowing gouges across its hull. Globs of molten metal spun away, and flames leapt from the wounds.
Dang.
The Grand Cruiser lurched visibly under the impacts and began to twist away from the salvo. Even as it did so, 2 heat trails appeared from behind the Grand Cruiser, coming up fast to slash at its rear with a spiraling net of laser bolts. Nathan felt a rush of relief. The other 2 ships must be allies, and now their mutual enemy was caught between 2 fires. Below, the gunners were rushing to reload Balthazar for another shot, while a small team struggled to pin a whipping power line which sparked furiously.
I think I'm done
He
for
looked
tonight,
back
y'all.
at the lens in time to see a swarm of bright...
Thanks for being here today. We will continue this tomorrow. Thanks for being here.